A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Now, the life of Mary Sothern. Yesterday, Dr. John Benson took the witness stand in defense of Mary's husband, Max Sanders. At once, the crafty district attorney began to hint strongly at Benson's love for the defendant's wife. Hinted as strongly that under the circumstances, the witness would be likely to try to make Mary happy by giving testimony that would free her husband. Infuriated by this deliberate misinterpretation of his motives, Benson leaped to his feet, saying, "Suppose I do love Mary Sanders. If I wanted to commit perjury for her sake, why shouldn't I want to make sure that Max Sanders goes to prison for my sake?" Words beyond recall. Words that may echo and re-echo through many lives for many years to come. It is early the next day. Mary, remaining home with her invalid sister-in-law, Phyllis, waits for Daddy Stratford to come home with news of the morning session in court.
Mary, you mustn't be so upset. Please sit down.
Oh, no, it's much more restful for me to walk up and down like this, Phyllis. Oh, all right, dear. There. Better?
Tell me, Mary. Tell me what you think of the trial.
Haven't Daddy or Danny kept you informed?
No, I want to know what you think, Mary.
Oh. You know what happened yesterday.
About Dr. Benson?
Yes, about Dr. Benson. John.
Yes. Was it very dreadful, Mary?
Oh, I don't know yet, Phyllis. I was stunned like a man who's been hit by a bullet. He falls because he's hit and because he's hurt, but he doesn't know that yet. There's no pain. That comes later.
Poor Mary.
Oh, let's not say poor Mary. Let's say poor John. John's a reputable surgeon with a large practice among respectable people. There's no telling how people are going to take what he said yesterday on his stand.
It's just the same way he sort of dragged you into things, didn't he?
Oh, but he was careful.
Careful? You call jumping up and shouting things like that in court being careful?
Now, wait, Phyllis. John spoke very clearly. He didn't say we were in love with each other.
Oh, he said he liked you.
Oh, no, he didn't, dear. He said, suppose you love me. Suppose. Don't you see? For the sake of argument, for the sake of confounding the prosecutor.
Well, I don't know. Goodness, how do you suppose Max feels about it?
Oh, Max knows that John was figuring on a way to save him yesterday. Yes, John was furious with the prosecutor. But angry as he was, that calculating surgeon's brain of his was thinking sharply. I'm sure of it now.
Well, I hope it turns out all right.
John made it pretty clear that if the district attorney's insinuations were true, why wouldn't it be reasonable for John to want to see Max in prison instead of committing perjury to prove him? Right back in the district attorney's teeth. What? It was even clever. You didn't really admit anything.
Well, look, then do you think he helped Max's case just a little?
I think the jury will be more inclined to believe Max's story of how he became involved with the gangsters, yes.
Oh, I hope so, Mary. I hope so.
Of course you do, Phyllis. Well, I hope so.
But Max is my brother.
Remember, he's my husband, too, dear. His liberty means a lot to me, too.
Oh, I wasn't thinking just about myself.
I'm thinking about you, though, Phyllis. And believe me, even if they send Max away for a while, you're going to be cured.
Without Max to help, well, how?
Now, Phyllis, you're going to be cured. Think how much easier it'll be for Max to know that his sister is carrying on the fight for her health without him. You won't feel that he's failed you then, will it?
Well, that's true, isn't it?
And to make Danny so happy, too. Don't forget that.
No, I've never forgotten that. Never.
So win, lose, or draw with Max, you're going to win.
And if Max is acquitted...
So much the better. You win in a walk. And I really mean walk, Phyllis.
Mary, do you think he'll win?
Reverend Blaine testified for Max this morning. He knows as well, better than anyone, that Max is telling the truth.
Oh, fine. They'll believe the Reverend.
Oh, Reverend Blaine's a darling, but he gets terribly flustered under fire, Phyllis.
Oh.
But Daddy will be home soon, so that Danny and I can go to court. Phyllis, we'll know after tonight, I think.
Oh, it'll be all over.
Mm-hmm. For better or worse, Phyllis. Oh, that'll be Daddy now. We'll find out more, huh?
Hello, Mary.
We've been waiting for you, Daddy.
Close the door and let's go into the living room, Mary.
Well, Daddy, what happened?
Where's Phyllis? How are you, dear?
Oh, I'm all right, Daddy. We're waiting to hear from you, though.
Well, now, whatever I got to say has nothing to do with...
Daddy, what happened in court this morning? Daddy? They didn't mean that's the verdict already.
Oh, no.
Did Reverend Blaine testify?
Mary, the less said about the Reverend's testimony, the better.
Oh, but they simply had to believe him, Daddy.
Well, so they did. Whatever he could tell them. Kids, the poor Reverend just went to pieces in full view of the court.
Then his testimony...
Wasn't worth that. Not worth a snap. The DA got him all mixed up in dates, got him rattled on his story. Nothing made sense.
So didn't our lawyer cross-examine Cheney?
Sure he did. Cheney did himself proud for the home team. And the DA shows what good friends Cheney and Max has got to be, and, everything Cheney said was good for Max is explained away and gone to waste.
I see. And what about John's testimony yesterday?
Best thing that could have happened, in a way.
Oh, I'm glad. Then it wasn't wasted. I'm through now. Goodbye, Phyllis.
Bye.
Chin up, dear.
Pick up Danny at the hotel. I might have to.
All right, Daddy. I do want to be with Max when it happens.
Whatever happens.
Whatever happens.
Consider, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the imposing mass of evidence against the defendant. Consider also the defense. What is the defense? Why, it's little more than an unbelievable fairy tale told by the defendant himself, and feebly supported by testimony offered by his friend. Mind you, his friend, and by a man of the cloth, who, though sincere and utterly believable, is obviously not sure of anything he has to say in Max Sanders' behalf. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, here was one, Max Sanders, a trusted public servant, allying himself with gangsters, racketeers, and gunmen, betraying that sacred trust vested in him for the sake of financial gain.
Will the foreman of the jury please rise? Has the jury reached a decision?
We have, Your Honor.
How do you find the defendant?
We, the jury in the case of the State versus Max Sanders, find the defendant guilty.
Guilty. Max Sanders guilty? There's nothing for us to say.
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Casey, did you see where my niece got engaged last week?
Oh, is her name Princess Elizabeth?
No, her name's Jane.
Then I didn't see it.
How do you like that? If you're not royalty, no one knows what happens to you.
You don't have to be royalty, Ethelbert. You just got to be famous.
Sure, like Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, Crime Photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, Self-Made Hero. Casey, like most news cameramen, has a radio in his automobile that he keeps tuned to police calls. Tonight, as he and reporter Ann Williams drive leisurely toward the Express building after covering a routine assignment.
Calling car 55. Car 55. Come in, car 55. Car 55, Sergeant Brannon.
Brannon?
Hey.
We know Sergeant Brannon.
He's
He's a good pal of mine, Annie. I didn't know they had him on prowl car duty.
Frisco. Report of shooting there. Proceed to
shooting?
alleyway on...
Hey, wait a minute. It'll be repeated. Listen.
Clark and Frisco. Report of shooting there. No further details. That is all.
More Casey, like we're only a few blocks from there. Maybe there's a story.
With pictures.
Next stop, 12th Street.
Between Clark and Frisco.
Oh, usual crowds collected, Casey.
And there comes a police car, Annie. We're getting here a jump ahead of Brannon. Get out. Come on.
Okay.
All right, get back, you people. Get back. This ain't no circus.
Well, there's a patrolman over there,
The young
Casey.
fellow beside him must have had something to do with the shooting.
Why, he's just a tall, lanky boy,
I said
Casey.
get back, everybody. That means you and this lady, mister.
And we're press officers.
Oh, you're pressed, huh? Where's the car?
Here comes your sergeant. He knows us. Hello there, Brannon.
Oh, hiya, Casey. Hello, Miss Williams.
Hello, Sergeant.
What's the trouble, Johnson? Why, this young fella here, Sergeant, he says someone took a couple of pot shots at him back in that alleyway.
I didn't call for assistance, officer, until I'd done everything possible to help myself.
Well, let's get inside this cigar store, then it can tell me what happened. Come on, Casey. All right, move back there. Let us through, will you? Come on, one side. Now, then, let's have your story, Bud. What's your name?
The name is Wellington Cliffside. Only one F in Cliffside. At present employed as junior pharmacist at Black's 10th Street Drugstore.
Uh-huh.
I see you carry a camera, Mr. Casey.
Yeah.
Well, anytime you say, I believe in cooperating with the newspapers.
Now, wait a minute. I'm only a cop, but I still want to know what this shooting was about.
Oh, certainly, Sergeant. Well, as I've already told Officer Johnson, during the past month I became suspicious of two men who've been making telephone calls from the drugstore.
Mm-hmm.
I made it my business to overhear parts of their conversation. And what I heard, Sergeant, convinced me that they are spies.
Spies?
Foreign agents. Well, they must have become suspicious of my suspicions. For tonight, they acted.
Acted?
Yes, sir. A few minutes ago, I was standing there at the corner waiting for a young lady of my acquaintance when these two men passed me.
The two men have been making the mysterious phone calls, huh?
Yes, sir. I saw them go into the dark, deserted alley back of us. I followed them. Now I know they meant to lure me to my death. For when I entered the alley...
He says they grabbed him, Sarge. Let him tell the story, Johnson.
Well, they seized me, Sergeant. One of them slashed at me with a knife. Oh, look, you can see the tears he made in my overcoat.
There in the left sleeve, huh?
Mm-hmm. And here in the front.
The knife didn't get stuck into you yourself?
No, I broke away, and they ran, with me in hot pursuit.
Uh-huh.
Then they pulled guns and started shooting.
The bullets missed you?
I was lucky. I chased them to the end of the alley.
With them shooting?
Well, I considered it my duty, Sergeant.
Then what happened?
Then I found that they'd disappeared, probably into one of the buildings on this street. I knew I couldn't find them all by myself, so I yelled. I should say I shouted for assistance. This policeman came up and, well, he can tell you the rest.
There ain't no rest, Sarge. Except I couldn't find no mysterious strangers around like this young fella described.
Okay, Johnson. Did this guy show you where the shooting and stabbing took place in that alley?
Yes, I did, Sergeant. I'll show you.
You stay here. Roberts.
Yes, sir?
You keep Mr. Wellington Rockside company while I have a look around out here. Come on, Johnson, and show
it's
me.
Wellington Cliffside, Sergeant.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Well, Mr. Casey, I suppose you want to take some pictures of me for your newspaper.
Yeah, I think you're worth a couple of pictures, fella. Now, hold up that overcoat sleeve to show the tear in it while I back off and get you in focus. All right.
That's a terribly phony story that he told, Casey.
Phonies can make good laugh copy, Annie. Kid's an amateur Dick Tracy.
I'll hold out the front of my overcoat, too, Mr. Casey, so you can get a picture of the knife cut there.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, Wellington, now hold it. Thank you.
Wellington! Wellington, oh, let me through, please. Wellington.
Myrna.
Look at that girl, Casey.
Bobby Sock's
Oh,
kid.
Wellington, they told me how those awful men had tried to kill you. Oh, you're not hurt.
Oh, well, I got the best of them, Myrna. But you can see what they did to my coat.
Wellington. Oh, isn't it lucky you had on your old one?
Excuse me, Mr. Cliffside. Is this the young lady you were waiting for?
Oh, yes, Mr. Casey. Miss Williams, Mr. Casey, this is Miss Myrna Adams. Mr. Casey is on a newspaper, Myrna. He's just been taking pictures of me.
Oh, how nice.
How do you do, Miss Adams?
I knew all about those spies Wellington was after, Mr. Casey. I was the only one he told about them. Oh, Wellington, you've been wonderful. If they'd hurt you, I don't know what I'd do.
Oh, gee, Myrna, it was...
Sergeant Brannon's coming back, Casey, and there's a woman with him.
Sergeant. Did you find any clues in the alley that might help us catch those spies?
Plenty, young fella. Is this the guy, Mrs. Levy?
That's him, Sergeant. That long string bean of a kid.
What?
This lady lives in the flat building next to the alley. She happened to be looking out of her window when you were cutting holes in your own coat with a penknife.
All the windows were dark in the alley. The alley was dark.
I got the kind of eyes what see good at night. And why should I burn electricity when I'm only looking out mine window? I mind my own business. I wouldn't tell the cops if they hadn't come asking me if I saw something.
And she saw you fire those shots.
I didn't fire any shots.
No, but you set off some homemade firecrackers that sounded like shots. Here's pieces of them I found back there.
Sergeant, look.
I saw you light a match to those firecrackers, young man.
Firecrackers?
Myrna.
There weren't any spies. No one tried to kill you. This was all a bluff.
Myrna, look.
You cheater, you cheap rug cutter, you firecracker shooter, you faker.
You gotta listen to me.
I never want to see you again.
Don't go away, Myrna, don't.
Yeah, you stay here, mister.
Well, I gotta explain to her. You gotta let me explain, Sergeant, please.
She's gone. You've got some explaining to do to the judge after I run you in. Hey, Roberts, make out your report on this guy, and we'll take him to the station.
Okay, Sarge, come on.
All right.
Hey, Brandon.
Yeah? What, Casey?
Don't run that kid in.
And why not?
Well, couldn't you see he was making a grandstand play for that Bobby Sox gal, and it flopped? Oh, he's already taken one on the chin and hard.
Now, look, Casey, we cops have too much trouble with his kind of
I know, but do me a favor, will you, Brandon? I'll do one for you sometime.
I don't make trades. But I don't get any kick out of pinching goofy kids either. Look, Casey, you can have Wellington Brookside if you only take him away from here. If you don't, well, that mob out there has heard what's happened, and they'll kid him right.
I'll take him away.
Okay, thanks, Casey. I'll tell him to get in your car.
Hey, what's the idea, Casey?
I don't like to see a kid KO'd twice in one night, Annie. Look, and when you get to the office, kid, don't write this story, for laughs or otherwise. I'm forgetting the pictures I took.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
All right, come on. I'm going to drive the kid home, and I'll drop you on the way. Well, here you are, Annie.
Okay. So long, Casey. Goodbye, Wellington.
Goodbye, Miss Williams.
See you in a little while, Annie.
Okay.
Hey, kid, is that Wellington name, is that on the level?
My name is Jack.
Jack? Oh, it's my name. Okay, Jack.
I don't want to bother you, Mr. Casey.
It's no bother. Look, forget that mister stuff. Just plain Casey's all I rate. Cigarette?
Yeah, thanks. I was too ashamed to open my mouth while Miss Williams was with us. Now I want you to know I think it was swell of you to talk to cops into letting me go.
Sergeant Brannon was only looking for an excuse not to run you in. He's a regular guy.
I deserve to be run in. I must have been crazy to think I could get away with what I tried to do.
Well, all of us are a little nutty at times, I guess. We get over it, though. Here's some matches for that cigarette.
Huh? Oh, thanks.
Pretty kid, Miss Adams.
Yeah.
You like to tell me about her? Often does a guy good to get things off his chest.
Yeah. Mr. Casey, I've got a bum back.
You got bum back?
I fell down a flight of stairs a couple of years ago, and now I've got to wear a steel corset to keep it in place.
Oh. Well, your bum back and the steel corset have anything to do
Everything.
with
You see, Myrna, Miss Adams admires guys who do things. You know, like Clark Gable and Gary Cooper in the movies.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Well, I told her about my bum back. But I said it got hurt while I was playing football. I said I'd been the star halfback in high school. Then she found out I'd never been a good enough athlete to even get on a girls' softball team. And that I just stumbled over my own feet going downstairs. Since then, she hasn't believed anything I've told her. Except for maybe a minute tonight before the cops called my bluff. She thinks I am, well, just what I am. Big, skinny clown who can't do anything regular guys can do. That's out of my own imagination.
Maybe if somebody talked to Myrna, she might look at things a little differently. Miss Williams might do that.
Oh, Miss Williams is another girl. She couldn't do any good. Oh, you might, though.
Me?
Yeah, she respects old guys.
Old?
Well, I don't mean you're so very old, but you must be all of 30.
Yeah? Pretty ancient, huh?
And you're in the newspaper racket. You must know cops and murderers and... Gee, I bet you've even talked to G-men and movie stars. Oh, Myrna will think you're almost as important a guy as Clark Gable or even Humphrey Bogart.
Oh, now,
Oh, she'll listen to you, Casey. Will you go to her and explain that I'm not just a heel?
Now, listen, Jack,
oh, please, Casey.
Well, okay, fella.
Oh, gee. Thanks.
It's no use, Mr. Casey. I think it's very fine of you to try to defend Mr. Cliffside, but I never want to hear his name again. I consider him a drip.
Oh, no. Don't be like that, Miss Adams. He's a nice kid. He's crazy about you.
No, Mr. Casey. He and I are through. Forever.
I'm sorry. Well, there's nothing more I can say, so I'll shove off.
Oh, don't rush away. You've talked so much about Mr. Cliffside, I haven't heard a thing about you.
Me?
Uh-huh. You've rescued people from burning buildings and captured burglars single-handed, and... You're a real hero.
Whoever told you that was having a pipe dream.
Oh, no, you're just being modest, like I think all men should be.
Say, look, where did I put my hat, Miss Adams?
Oh, come on. Please sit down, Mr. Casey.
No,
and let's get better acquainted. There. I've always wanted to meet a man like you.
We'll continue in just a moment. Good evening, Dorothy.
Hello, Tony. What's our subject tonight?
Pie plates.
Pie plates?
Mm-hmm. Pie plates. Not ordinary pie plates, but a new kind of pie plate. The biggest bargain in years.
Why, it's made of glass.
Well, this is the Anchor Hawking program, and this new Fire King oven glass pie plate is something special.
For instance?
It bakes pie you can be proud of, not once in a while, but every time. Crusts are light, fluffy, and well-browned and never scorched. And it comes clean almost instantly without scrubbing.
Well, you've sold me, Tony.
Yes, this big 9-inch Fire King oven glass pie plate with a 2-year guarantee against oven breakage is being featured tomorrow and Saturday at 5 and 10-cent stores and all stores that sell household glass at a special bargain price of only 25 cents, slightly more in distant cities. Look for the Fire King label. Ask for it by name. Not just an oven glass pie plate, but a Fire King oven glass pie plate. A product of Anchor Hawking. the most famous name in glass.
Give me a cup of black coffee, Ethelbert.
Okay, Casey. You want one, Miss Williams?
No, thanks, Ethelbert.
Casey, you look like you got troubles.
I'll say he has, Ethelbert. In a neat red-headed package, trimmed with short skirts and a pair of bobby socks, a hero worship complex, and a very unbashful personality.
It isn't funny, Ann.
You're talking about a woman, huh?
Oh, not a woman, no. A goofy 17-year-old kid that ought to be spanked. Wish I had the nerve to do it.
She's developed a crush on Casey. Phones him at the office several times a day and waits for him on the street so she can gaze at him and sigh.
Casey, how did you get yourself into anything like that? You ain't no cradle snatcher.
Ethelbert, all I did was to call on her one afternoon last week in order to try and square something for somebody else.
She isn't the girl that Cliffside kid set off the firecrackers on account of.
That's who.
Huh?
But Cliffside doesn't know yet that Casey squared things so beautifully.
Will you get it, Walter?
I put off telling him that she won't listen to anything that I say in his favor because, well, he's miserable enough as it is. You know, he phones me a couple of times a day, too, Ethelbert, to ask how I'm making out with her. I can't stall him much longer. Oh, I must have been nuts to get myself mixed up in something like this.
Telephone for you, Mr. Casey.
Why? Who is it?
Mr. Cliffside, sir.
I thought I was about due for my nightly call from him. He's probably been trying to get me at the office.
Well, since you can't help him, you better stop stalling and tell him the truth, Casey.
Oh, I can't, Annie. Excuse me.
You know, Miss Williams, Casey sure has a talent for getting himself into situations that ain't too easy to get out.
Hello?
Casey?
Yeah, Jack. How are you, fella?
Casey, I just learned the truth
Huh?
about you and Myrna.
What do you mean?
I met her on the street a while ago. She told me nothing could ever be fixed up between her and me, and that she was in love with you.
Now, listen,
I
kid.
just swell stunt you pulled. Kidding me into thinking you were my friend and then double-crossing me.
Listen to me,
I've listened to you long enough. I called up now to let you know that what you've done is the last straw. When I leave this phone, I'm going to the river.
The river?
I don't want to live any longer, Casey. I'm going to end it all.
You young dope, where are you?
Never mind where I am.
Jack, I've got to meet you. I've got to talk to you.
You or no one else is ever going to talk to me again. I won't be in your way after tonight, Casey. You can have Myrna.
I don't want Myrna. Jack!
Goodbye, Casey.
Jack! Hey, kid! Hey! Operator!
This is the operator.
Look, what was the number that just called here?
You've been disconnected, sir.
I know that. Oh, never mind. Annie.
Yes, Casey?
Annie, that darn fool kid says he's going to throw himself in the river.
What?
The way he sounded, I don't think he's bluffing. We got to stop him, Annie.
You know where he is?
No, but there's only one place that kid had picked for a suicide, the cliff at Rocky Point.
You mean the place they call Lover's Leap?
Yes.
Oh, but Casey, that's way
I
out
know
on the
how far it is, Annie. But he wasn't calling from around there because there isn't a public telephone within a mile of the place. You'll have to reach it by bus, but we've got a car. Look, Annie, I may need you to convince him that I'm not trying to steal his Myrna. Come on.
Casey, if that crazy kid has picked another spot on the river to throw himself in...
I'm not afraid of that, Annie. What I'm afraid of is we may not get there in time. If he does jump, Ann, I'll be responsible.
Now, don't talk like that.
It's such a mess of it.
No, you have not. It was that little fool of a girl who did that. No, I'd like to wring her neck.
Well, there's no use blaming her.
No.
As far as we better go with the car. I'll run it off the road among the trees here and turn off the lights. If he saw it, he'd suspect I was after him. Maybe he'd get away. Because if he hasn't gotten here ahead of us
Well,
and
now
already...
stop thinking like that, Casey.
I'll get out of the car and come on, Annie.
All right.
We'll go out to the cliff through these trees. It's pretty bright. We'll be seen on the road.
This is a horrible, desolate place.
Yeah. Annie, we can see the edge of the cliff from here. And there's no one on it.
Well, that means he hasn't gotten here yet.
May mean he has gotten
Now, will
here.
you stop imagining things? Hey, Casey, someone's coming through the trees on the other side of the road down there.
Well, I see.
Someone tall and lanky.
It's a kid. He's going toward the edge.
Yeah, he sees you. He's running, too, for the edge.
Hey, wait, kid, wait! I gotta talk to you. No one's ever gonna talk to me again. Jack, you've got to let me talk.
Run, Casey! He's almost at the edge.
Hey, stop!
You can't reach him in time. Oh, he stumbled. Grab him before he gets up.
I
ledge.
Young fella, for the scare you've given us, I ought to knock your teeth out.
Why don't you stop me? What do you care what happens to me?
We shouldn't care. Can't you realize that Casey's only interested in Myrna because, well, he was trying to help you? And let this sink in. If I weren't sure that he couldn't have any romantic notions about a child like your Myrna, I wouldn't be here with him.
You mean that you're Casey's real girlfriend, Miss Williams?
Oh, well, use your own judgment, if you have any.
I should have figured that. I'm sorry, Casey.
Well, okay, kid. Now, we're taking you back to town. We'll cut through these woods to the car.
All right. I can't stop you from taking me back, but I still don't want to live, Casey. While I was wrong about you, I wasn't wrong about having lost Myrna. She told me herself tonight that she hated me.
Jack, there are millions of girls in the world. Must you have just one particular one?
I don't want anybody else. Ever.
Brother, you're a true monogamist. Hey, the car's turned into the road. Wait a minute. Wonder if the driver knows it's a dead end at the edge of the cliff. Yeah, guess he's seen where he was heading. He stopped. Say, wait. Let's see who this is.
Hey, Casey, that man getting out.
Holding his hands above his head.
Yeah,
guy getting out behind him has a gun.
Man, that guy with a gun is Blackie Owen.
The racketeer?
Yes.
Don't, Blackie. Give me a chance. Don't.
Oh, he shot him, Casey.
Be quiet, both of you. Keep back of these trees, out of sight.
Okay.
Blackie Owens is a dead shot, and none of us has a gun. If he knew we'd seen what we have seen, our lives wouldn't be worth a nickel.
He's getting back in the car.
He's driving away.
Wait. Don't move from here till he turns off this branch road. Okay. Now let's go over and look at the body. Annie, Blackie Owens is one of the dirtiest gang leaders in this town. The cops have never been able to nail him. What we've just seen will send him to the chair and give us a front-page exclusive. Jack, I could kiss you. We wouldn't have been here if it hadn't been for you.
Casey, how can you think of front pages when you've just seen a guy murdered?
Get used to things like murder in the newspaper racket. Well, there he is.
Do you recognize him, Casey?
I certainly do. That gives me a good reason not to be too unhappy about this shooting. The guy who just had his last ride was Twist Yacob.
But he was Blackie Owen's chief gunman.
That's right, Annie. Blackie gave it to him right between the eyes.
He's dead.
That's a last year's daisy.
Never seen a dead guy before. It's awful.
Yeah. Remember that the next time you think of bumping yourself off, kid. Now come on to the car. Let me get a camera and shoot some pictures of this.
There'll be no
What?
pictures.
Casey.
Hello, Blackie.
Stick up your hands. All of you.
Okay.
I wouldn't have come back if I hadn't seen your car parked off the road after I turned the bend. It gave me the idea that there might have been witnesses to what occurred here a few minutes ago. And I don't want witnesses.
He's going to kill us.
Take it easy, Jack.
The young man, unfortunately for all of you, is right. You see, I prepared a very good alibi for this evening that your testimony would kind of spoil. I'll give you all your choice. Where would you like it? Between the eyes, like Yakko? Through the heart or in the stomach? You know, I pride myself that I never miss.
If it's all the same to you, Blackie, I'd prefer not to be shot. Yeah, you should have known better than to stand so close to a guy you meant to plug.
You got his gun, Casey. You got his gun.
Yes, I have. Now, Blackie, we'll go to my car and get a camera and take some nice pictures of you. Now, be good. Stick your hands in the air and get going.
Okay, but don't you want this...
What are you picking up there?
Huh? Can't you see? Pair of gloves. The lady dropped them when she stuck up her hands a minute ago. No use leaving them on the road. Yeah, miss.
Oh, yeah, they are my gloves. Hey, Casey!
He's grabbed
Let her go!
Drop that gun you took from me, Casey. If you try to shoot it, you'll have to shoot through this dame first.
He's holding her in front of him.
Let me go!
I always carry two gats, and you gave me a chance to get the second one, sap. Now drop that rod or I shoot this dame. Go on. Drop it.
You win, Blackie.
I thought I would. Now get over there with your friends, lady. I want to see you all in line like clay pipes in a shooting gallery. You're going to be first, kid.
Me?
Yeah. And you get it in the belly.
Jack killed him.
Yeah, that's right. Guess I'll save you to the last, Casey. Lady, you're next. I'm going to make this shot precise. Right between the eyes.
Those shots. Blackie's fallen. I shot him, Casey. I got him, Miss Williams. Jack, you shot him. The bullet he shot at me hit the steel of the corset I wear for my back. I glanced off. But I pretended I was dead, and I fell close to the gun he made you drop, Casey. I've never shot anyone before.
Boy, I'm glad you shot somebody this time, kid.
I am a hero. I am a hero.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. Extra, extra, read all about it.
Great new discovery makes beer and ale easy to enjoy.
It's a new kind of bottle.
A different kind of bottle.
It requires no deposit.
No fussing with pennies.
You don't have to return it.
No bother with empty.
Just pour out the beer
and throw the bottle away.
It's light as a feather.
No arm-weary lugging.
It's sturdy and compact.
Saves space in the icebox.
It's easy to open.
And safe to drink from.
It belongs on the table.
It's at home on a picnic.
And, brother, what flavor?
That true brewery flavor.
Protected by glass.
As only glass can protect it.
Yes, the revolutionary new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle is sweeping America. For flavor that's brewery bright, demand beer in bottles. For safety and convenience, demand your favorite brand in the new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle. Product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Say, Casey, didn't you and Miss Williams kind of overdo that stuff about Wellington Cliffside in this morning's paper? No guy's ever been that much of a nature's noble man.
Boy, you'd have thought he was if you'd been there, Ethelbert.
I'm standing in our exact spot.
Well, maybe you're right. How did it go down with his girlfriend, who wanted to be Casey's girlfriend? Huh?
Swell. She was barely civil to me when I saw her today with Jack. I understand they're engaged, too.
Well, as my sister Edna says, quote, the only thing wrong with the younger generation is that it grows older.
Unquote.
What does that mean?
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King oven glass, Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Photographer is directed by John Dietz. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. The part of Jack Cliffside was played by Jack Grimes, and Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. The Self-Made Corpse. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. You are here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is, The Self-Made Corpse. The very unusual story of a plan for living in which the architect was deaf. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was late one evening, and Skippy Parker, the hat-check girl of the Chickadee Club, was at her station in the cloakroom when a small, timid-looking man came into the spacious lobby of the club and walked over to her.
Excuse me, miss. My name is Andrew Mitchell.
That's nice.
Here's something for you.
$50?
Well, it's all I can afford at the moment. Please take it.
All right. But what do I have to do for it?
Just tell me where I can find Mr. Spade's diamond.
What?
He owns this place, doesn't he?
So I've been told.
And he's one of the most successful gang leaders in the country, an empire builder.
Andrew, you wouldn't be crazy, would you?
Oh, no.
Then why do you want to see Spade?
Well, it's business. Very important and very private.
Here's your money back.
But why?
Go home to your padded self.
You don't believe me, do you? Traffic, I don't see it. Very well, I'll find Mr. Diamond without your help. And I'll tell him that you refuse to cooperate.
But don't forget to mention my name. It's Skippy Parker.
I won't forget, Miss Parker, but you'll regret it. I'm going to have you rubbed out.
What?
So young and so beautiful, but your manners are bad. I'm going inside to look for Mr. Diamond.
Every night a new nut. Oh, well.
Waiter.
Where's the riot, mister?
Waiter, this check you left on my table a few minutes ago, I just looked at it.
Thanks.
You're welcome. But don't you think you've made a mistake?
Yeah?
I had 4 small glasses of rye and ginger ale and 2 cups of black coffee without sugar. And you're charging me $16.
There's a $3 cover charge if you're here at 10 o'clock.
Oh?
There's a $5 cover charge if you're still here at midnight.
But that's an outrage.
Go fight City Hall. It's a rule of the house.
I won't pay it.
Oh. A red.
I'm not a red. I'm a fine, upstanding citizen, and I'm not going to be charged just for sitting at a table.
Stand on your head and we'll pay you.
I had to sit here all this time. Don't you understand?
All me and the boss wants is $16.
I haven't got it.
Hmm?
I've got a job that pays me $62 a week. I've had it for 30 years. And when I started, I was getting only $12.
You're in trouble, mister.
What am I going to do?
You want to take my advice?
Yes.
Kill yourself.
What?
Nobody ever gets out of here without paying a check.
But I came here looking for Spade's diamond, and
what's the matter, Joe?
This guy's full of liquid, boss, and no dough.
Okay, I'll take care of him. Go on back to your beat.
With pleasure.
I want to explain my predicament, sir, if you'll just give me a chance.
What predicament?
You're tearing up the check.
Sure, you're the great Andrew Mitchell.
Great? Oh, I'm just a teller in an out-of-town bank, and... How did you know my name?
I've got spies.
Of course, you're Spade's diamond.
How do you do?
Oh, you don't look at all like your pictures in the newspaper. Your eyes and your...
Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, you're squeezing my hand too hard.
Oh, sorry. Sometimes I don't know my own strength. No broken bones.
Well, I don't think so.
Good. Skippy Parker, the hat check girl, said you wanted to see me.
Oh, then she's redeemed herself. I'm so glad. A girl of her youth and beauty.
She said that you got a business that concerns $500,000 in cash.
Oh, well, I really haven't got it, sir. You see...
Have I been sizing you up for nothing?
No. The money belongs to the... Oh, well, this is no place to discuss private matters, Mr. Diamond. All these people with ears.
Okay. We'll go into my office.
Will we be alone?
Like in a grave. Come on. It's one flight up. And it's soundproof. ahead, Andy. Step right in.
Thank you, Spades. If Leona, that's my wife, should only hear someone call me Andy instead of Andrew, she'd have a... Spades.
Yeah?
You said we were going to be alone.
We are. Just relax.
But those 4 men against the wall...
I bought a directors. They never talk.
Oh, are they gangsters, too?
Andy, what's your language?
I didn't mean to be disrespectful, gentlemen.
Oh, it's quite all right. Now, the business you came to see me about.
Oh, yes. But first now, I want you to know that I've never done a dishonest thing in my life.
No.
And I wouldn't be doing it now if it weren't for the fact that I'm...
Yes?
Well, I'm bitter.
Oh.
I've been cheated out of my proper station at the bank.
We gotta listen, fellas. He's that kind of a guy.
After 30 years of loyal service, last week the office of assistant cashier became vacant. Mr. Fenimore died. And I was next in line for the job. Who do you think got it?
You tell me.
That young man from Princeton, Griswold Griffith.
Oh, that's tough, Andy. What do you want us to do about it?
Well, I've got a plan that'll punish that bank, and I've got it on this piece of paper.
Yeah? Well, what's this?
A layout, Spades.
Oh.
Now, the bank occupies the entire street floor of a small office building at the corner of Smith and Loudon Streets in my town. Now, the main entrance to the bank is on Loudon Street. That's right over here, see?
Oh, yeah.
Now, but over here on Smith Street, there's an entrance to the office building into a tiny vestibule.
And would this line over here be another door to the bank?
Yes, an entrance through the vestibule.
I see. Oh, and what's this box over here?
That's the elevator to the offices upstairs.
Oh.
Now, mind you, those offices have nothing to do with the bank.
I get it. And these 2 lines running between the bank wall and the elevator?
That's a short, narrow corridor that leads to a stairway behind the elevator.
Oh. And every weekday, what happens?
Well, every weekday at exactly 4 o'clock, the entrance to the building is locked by the bank guard. No one can come in or go out for 10 minutes.
Why?
At exactly 3 minutes after 4, the money box is wheeled out of the bank by 3 men, including me.
You don't say. Where does it go from there?
Into the elevator, of course. We take it down to the basement and lock the money box in the vault.
And there's $500,000 in cash riding that elevator?
At least.
How many guards? With guns, I mean.
Only one. It should be very simple, Spades.
Cops outside?
No. You and your men could go in the building before that Smith Street door is locked by the bank guard. Stay on one of the upper floors until the money box is wheeled out of the bank. And then...
The boys come down the stairs and do the job.
Yes.
How big is that money box?
About 4 feet high and about 3 feet wide. It's built like a safe.
You can't move fast with a thing like that, Andy.
Well, now, wait. I've thought of that, too.
Yeah?
Smith Street is quite deserted at that hour. And if you forced me and the others into the elevator, it would be quite a simple matter to bind and gag us.
Everything's a simple matter to you, huh? How much do you expect for your trouble?
Well, I thought 20% wouldn't be too much.
20. You take 10. Okay, Andy, we'll case out the place and let you know.
May I know when?
When we're ready. I'll go downstairs and tell Joe to give you a drink. Plain ginger ale.
What? But Spades...
I said plain ginger ale, pal. From now on, you'll have to be careful what you drink. I don't want you talking at the wrong time. And to the wrong people.
Hey, Andy.
What? Who's calling me?
Up here, Andy. It's me, Joe.
What? Good heavens. What are you doing on that cloud?
I'm serving drinks. Come on up. You can have all you want.
But I have no money.
Are you kidding? You're rich.
Oh, of course. Who else is there?
Skippy Parker with a brand new dress made out of hat checks. She's gorgeous, Andy. She wants to see you.
I'm coming right up.
Hello, Andy.
Skippy.
How'd you get away from your wife?
Joe said you were gorgeous. Oh, you're magnificent, Skippy. The most beautiful girl I've ever seen. I love you, darling.
What did you tell your wife?
I don't have to tell Leona anything. I'm the boss now. I do as I please.
That's the way it should be, Andy.
Yeah, I rule with an iron hand, and she obeys.
Oh, wonderful.
Where's Joe?
He jumped over to that other cloud to get some champagne.
Well, call him back, huh? Oh, I'm not allowed to drink champagne.
He's not going to charge you for it. You're rich now.
I want ginger ale.
What's the difference? They taste the same.
Well, ginger ale doesn't make me talk. Call him back, Skippy. Is he coming?
He can't hear me. You'll drink champagne and you'll talk and you'll talk and you'll drink champagne.
If you say so. You're so lovely. I've got to do as you say.
Then give me a kiss.
All right.
Andrew.
Skippy, did you hear something?
Just a funny sound.
Andrew, why don't you answer me?
Yes, Leona, I'll have to hide.
Answer me, you fool. Don't you know you can't get away from me?
I'd better go, Skippy.
You're still afraid of her.
No, I'm the boss. But she gets very angry. And goodbye, Skippy.
Andrew, wake up. What's the matter with you? Stop moaning and get up. I'm not going to stand here all evening wasting my time with you. For pity's sakes, close your mouth.
I'm sorry, dear. I must have been very tired.
Best thing you do is sleep every night before dinner, and in the only good chair we have in this disgraceful living room. 30 years in one position, and you're still sleeping.
I'm hungry, Leona. Is dinner ready?
Tired, hungry. You didn't complain the other night when you came home at 4 o'clock in the morning.
I told you yesterday I met an old friend of mine in New York.
Well, what were you doing in New York? That's what I want to know.
I was inquiring about a car.
You were doing what?
I'm thinking of buying a car, Leona. It was going to be a surprise, but, well...
Have you gone out of your mind?
I may even give up my job and take a trip to California or Europe. That depends on how I feel when the time for decision comes.
Good heaven.
Well, aren't you going to ask me how I can do all these things on $62 a week?
I didn't realize what was happening to you. Oh, good Lord.
I'm perfectly sane, Leona. I've been playing it smart, that's all.
What?
Every day I put aside a part of my allowance, my lunch and cigarette money. And when I had enough, I began to gamble.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. My luck was very good, and I bet the whole thing on a sure thing.
Oh, no.
When it comes in, I'm going to be rich. Very rich, Leona. Don't touch that phone, Leona. I'll answer that. Hello? Andrew Mitchell speaking.
How are you, Andy?
Spade's
Diamond, pal. We've cased out the bank. My boys will be there tomorrow.
So soon?
What's the matter? You get pains in your spine?
No, but I didn't think...
Tomorrow, Andy, and no slip-ups. That money box goes into the vestibule at 3 minutes after 4. Understand?
I understand.
I won't be there, but 6 of my boys will. And they've got orders to come back with that money box.
Yes?
That's the idea. We're going to get along all right, Andy. Just keep on saying yes.
Yes? But when do we... I mean about the... you know what?
Tomorrow night at my office. Chickadee Club. You're a greedy little guy, aren't you?
Well, after all...
You'll get your cut. Be here at 9 o'clock.
Who was it, Andrew?
Huh?
Who were you talking to, and what did you mean by you-know-what?
It's none of your business, Leona.
What?
You heard me. Now you go put my dinner on the table. I'm hungry.
Attention. All law enforcement agencies, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, be on lookout for 6 men in small armored truck. These men held up the bank at Belfort this afternoon and escaped with...
Yes?
Mrs. Mitchell?
Yes?
I'm John Graham, Detective Graham.
Oh, well, come in. You don't have to stand out there where all the neighbors can see you.
You're not afraid of neighbors, are you?
I certainly am not, but... Oh, this business at the bank this afternoon, and Andrew right in the midst of it.
Was he?
Well, he was one of the men who wheeled that money box into the vestibule, and he was bound and gagged, too, like the others, and left to suffocate in that elevator.
I understand he was pretty upset about a promotion he didn't get.
What? Who told you that?
One of his friends at the bank, Mrs. Mitchell.
Well, why shouldn't he have been upset? He gave 30 years of his life to that organization. When the time came for the bank to show its appreciation...
Where's your husband?
Now, see here, Detective Graham.
I'd like to ask him a few questions. Will you take me to him?
3 hours at police headquarters as if he were a common criminal. Why, he was so exhausted when he came home, he was a complete physical and nervous wreck.
But he came home, didn't he?
Well, am I supposed to thank you for that?
I'm tired, too, Mrs. Mitchell.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait in the living room, please. I'll get Andrew for you.
Where is he?
He's upstairs. Poor thing was even too exhausted to have dinner. He went right to bed.
Uh-huh.
Just hope he isn't asleep. I'd hate to wake him.
Yeah.
Detective Graham asked you to wait in the living room.
I feel like climbing stairs.
Oh, very well.
There's a rumor around headquarters that the robbery might have been an inside job.
What?
As my wife would say, it was just too perfect for words.
Oh.
There were no mistakes. We're looking for the man who might have tipped off the gang about how things are done at the bank.
Andrew?
Maybe.
Oh, of all the ridiculous things I've ever heard. Andrew and gangsters.
It's happened before. We're checking everybody.
Oh, here's our room. And when you see the man I've been married to for 27 years... Good heavens.
Uh-huh. I thought you said he was sleeping.
Well, he told me he was going up to bed.
That bed hasn't been slept in, Mrs. Mitchell.
I don't understand. I didn't see him leave the house. Unless he's in the... Andrew! Andrew, there's a man here to see you.
Which is his closet, Mrs. Mitchell?
That one near you. Now, he didn't run away, Detective Graham. He couldn't.
All his clothes here?
He only has 2 suits, and he's wearing one. Now, look, Detective Graham, I want you to tell me the truth. Did you come here to arrest my husband?
No. But now I'm wondering if it wouldn't be a good idea.
It's a lot of money, Andy.
$55,000. Oh, I can't believe it, Spades. All mine.
You want to run your fingers through it again? Well, go ahead. We don't mind if you're happy. Do we, fellas? That means they don't mind, Andy.
Oh, does it? It's delicious. For the first time in my life, I'm going to live. Oh, I'm grateful to you, Spades. I'll never forget you.
Sure, the poor man's best friend. Why don't you go downstairs and start celebrating?
I can have a drink now.
Sure, have a dozen. Chickadee Club likes to make a buck, too.
Well, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it tonight.
Well, why not?
You see, Leona thinks I'm in bed. And if she should find out that I'm not...
Listen to this guy, fellas. He's afraid of a woman. That means you're killing them, Andy.
I don't have to be afraid of anyone now, do I?
That's the spirit. Tell Joe to get you some of that champagne I keep for my special customers.
Champagne?
Yeah, well, don't you like it?
I don't know. I've never... Oh, for pity's sake.
Now, what's the matter?
I didn't thank you for this traveling bag you loaned me.
Oh, that's all?
I couldn't have taken the money without it. I'll return it tomorrow, Spades.
Don't bother. I'm not going anyplace.
Oh, well, good night, gentlemen.
Give me the cloakroom, baby. Skippy, Andy's on his way down. That's the idea, honey. We don't want him to get lonesome.
Whoopee!
Oh, Andy, darling.
I'm feeling good, Skippy. I'm having the most wonderful time I ever had in my life.
But you're making so much noise.
Am I? I'm sorry, dear. I'll be very quiet from now on.
Have another drink.
She's very quiet.
Oh, my, the bottle's empty. Andy, do you realize we finished a whole bottle of champagne?
Huh? I gotta get more. Lots of champagne. Hey, Joe.
Andy.
Huh? Shh, very quiet. Joe.
What do you want?
Huh? Well, where did you come from?
You called me, didn't you?
Oh, Joe. That's right. We want another bottle of champagne.
You think I care?
Nice fellow, that Joe. I'm going to leave him a big tip, a whole $1.
Oh, no.
I can spare it. I'm rich now. I can afford to be generous.
With me too, Andy?
Oh, don't look at me like that, Skippy.
Why not?
You're too beautiful. You make my head spin.
I'm crazy about you, darling.
You mean that?
Do I look like the kind of girl who says things she doesn't mean?
I never thought it would happen to me.
What's the matter?
A young, beautiful girl falling in love with me.
Look, Andy, you don't have to get so upset about it. There are plenty of guys around.
No. I want you to love me.
Well, that's better.
But I've got no right to love you.
Darling, don't be a jerk.
No, you don't understand. I'm really mad about you. But I'm not yet. Well, eventually, I've got to become something that.
What are you talking about?
You won't tell anybody.
Is it something awful,
It's
dear?
worse than that. Someday I'll have to become a fugitive.
From your wife?
No, from the. Skippy, where's my traveling bag?
I checked it for you in the cloakroom.
Oh, yes, that's right. I'm going to see if it's still there. Oh, my head, I can't get up.
Then don't.
I've got to see about my...
That's all, Cookie. And now Mama's going to make an honest man out of you.
Andrew Mitchell, don't you dare go upstairs.
Leona, I thought you were asleep.
Do you know what time it is?
The house is dark. I thought you
Get
were...
into that living room.
Don't you push me, Leona.
I'll push you. It's 10 minutes after 5, and you're going to tell me where you've been?
Yes.
And why you stole out of this house like a thief after you told me you were going to bed.
Don't turn that light on. I told you not to turn that light on.
Andrew.
Well, what of it? I had a fight with Joe. He threw me out of the club. It was closing time, and I... Get me a drink of water.
I'll do nothing of the kind, you gangster.
Got me drunk on champagne, took my traveling bag. Quit her job and disappeared. Joe wouldn't tell me where. He wouldn't tell me where Spades lived here.
Gangster.
My money was in that bag, $55,000. The money I was going to buy a car with. The money that was going to set me up for the rest of my life.
The money you won gambling, Andrew?
Get me a drink of water.
Detective Graham was here last night.
The money that... Who?
A detective from police headquarters. He wanted to ask you some questions.
Why did he come here?
The police have decided the bank robbery was an inside job.
But why did he come here? I answered all their questions at headquarters yesterday afternoon. I was there for 3 hours.
Oh, why did you do it, Andrew? Why did you help those gangsters rob the bank?
Shut up, you fool.
I won't shut up. You never won any money gambling. You were going to buy a car. You were going to give up your job and go to Europe.
Listen, Leona.
But you knew where the money was coming from, didn't you? Those gangsters were going to give it to you. Your share of the bank's money.
Leona, if you don't keep your voice down, I'll... You get away from that phone.
I'm calling the police, and you try to stop me, Andrew Mitchell.
I'll stop you.
Go.
I'll stop you.
Don't, please. I can't breathe.
You're not sending me to prison. You're not going to lock me up for the rest of my life. Not you, Leona. Not as long as I live.
Number, please. Number, please.
Leona.
Come in.
Spades.
What do you want?
I've got...
Get out of here, you bum. If you want a handout, ask for it outside the club. Don't come barging into my office.
You wouldn't talk to me outside in the dorm and wouldn't let me follow you in.
Take care of him, fellas.
No, wait. I'm in trouble. I need help. The $55,000 you gave me last night.
Hey, it's Andy.
I walked all the way from Belfort all day, and then I had to steal in through the surface entrance. No one saw me. It was dark.
Yeah, well, you should have phoned me that you were coming. I would have put out the plush carpet for you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Diamond.
You dumb cluck. The first time you get your hands on real dough, you'll act like a football player with butter on his fingers.
What do you mean?
I know what Skippy did to you last night. Joe told me all about it.
Oh.
And he told me what he had to do to get you out of the joint. We don't like riots around here, Andy.
Well, that doesn't solve any problems now, Mr. Diamond. I've got to leave the country.
Okay. You want me to get you a passport?
What good will that do without money? Can't you let me have, say, $25,000?
Huh? You hear that, fellas? That means you're nuts, Andy.
Oh, please listen to me. This morning when I came home, Leona was waiting for me. We had a quarrel. And I strangled her.
What?
She was very nasty, and I had to kill her. Now you've got to help me.
Yeah. We don't want the cops picking you up.
Well, Leona's body won't be found for several days. I could be in South America by then.
It wouldn't take them long to make you talk, and once you start talking, brother. Okay, come with me.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Diamond.
He's a gentleman, isn't he, fellas? That means they like you, pal. Go ahead, Andy.
Down there?
What are you afraid of? It's only my private storage room.
Are they going to?
Naturally. They're your friends. Don't you trust them?
Well, I think I'll forget all about the money.
Give them a hand, fellas.
No.
Oh. I should have warned you about that top step. It's bad. I'm sorry you had to take such a fall.
You told them to push me, Mr. Diamond.
Huh?
Mr. Diamond, I promise if the police catch me, I'll never tell them about you.
I'll be better off with you out of the country. You recognize that box over there?
Huh? The money box.
Without the combination. That leaves a nice big hole for you to breathe through.
For me to... Spades, what are you going to do?
Not me, chum. You. Get in there.
No.
Give him a hand, fellas.
No. Give me a chance. I haven't done anything to you. Please. No.
I couldn't figure out how to get rid of that thing.
Please listen to me, Spades. I never hurt a soul in my life. Let me go.
Close the door, fellas, and get some rope.
For heaven's sakes, what am I going to do?
You see what I mean, pal? All the air you want. Inhale. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
I don't want to die, Spades. Please let me live. I'll do anything you want me to. I'll go any place you say.
You're going, Andy. I'll bet you've never been out this far. Can you see the moon? Shines differently outside the 3-mile limit. Doesn't it, fellas? That means it does, Andy.
Look, Spades, you're a big man. How can I hurt you? I'm insignificant. I could walk along any street in the world and not be recognized by the police. I look only like so many other little insignificant people. Just let me go. I'll get out of the country somehow. You'll never hear from me again. Nobody will ever hear from me again. Spades, will you do it, please? Please. I don't want to die, Spades.
Okay, fellas.
Please. No, not now. No.
Let's go home, fellas. The ocean air makes me sleepy.
And so closes tonight's story, The Self-Made Corpse. Oh, are you wondering what happened to Spades Diamond and his gang? Well, they died in the electric chair, of course. After Skippy was arrested with the money, she told the police about the murder of Andrew. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Bill Smith played Andrew Mitchell. Arthur Vinton was Spades Diamond. Irene Hubbard was Leona Mitchell. Joan Tompkins was heard as Skippy Barker. Bill Quinn was Joe, and Barry Thompson was Detective John Graham. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very unusual story of a baseball that captured a gang of thieves. It's called A Pitch in Time. In the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week, and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. Stay tuned now for the thrilling adventure broadcast Johnny Madero, Pier 23, which follows in just a moment. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hello, Markham.
Thanks. Glad you could make it here at my office. I'm very glad you got here just now.
What's the big mystery, Markham? Why did you want me here at exactly 11 o'clock at night?
I'm not sure this whole thing isn't a gag of some kind, Vance, but if it isn't, I can promise you some excitement.
Well, district attorneys are famous for keeping their promises. I'm glad I came.
I hope you will be.
What's up?
Vance, I found a message on my desk this evening indicating I could expect a phone call at 11 o'clock tonight that might save somebody's life. That's what we're waiting for.
Well, that's fine with me. I don't know anything I'd rather do. It's 1 minute after 11, though. Perhaps somebody else did a little life-saving.
Well, perhaps we'll wait a few... Hold everything, Vance.
Yes, of course.
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Markham, this is John Green, Whitmere Apartments. You got my message?
About saving your life? Well, yes. Just what is all this, Green?
It's terrible.
What's the trouble, man?
I can't talk to you right now. Goodbye.
What? Vance, did you hear that?
I certainly did.
Hand me that phone book next to you.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. Said his name was Green, John Green, Whitmere Apartments. Green. Yes, here we are.
Tell Green if he's in trouble, we can be over there in 10 minutes.
All right, Vance.
Hello.
Green, this is Markham again. Now listen, Philo Vance and I are on the way over there. We'll be at your house in 10 minutes.
No, don't come if you try to.
Green. He doesn't answer, Vance.
Let's get over to his place right away. Apparently somebody shot him while he was talking to you. Markham, you've just eavesdropped on a murder.
Did the police question you, Lucy?
Most of the night and all the morning, Eddie. They say my husband was killed at 11 o'clock or a couple of minutes after. And they insisted on knowing where I was.
Yes, we figured they would. You told them?
I'm afraid you two were talking much too loudly. After all, this is a public library, and some people come here to read, you know.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry. Just lower your voices, if you please.
Lucy, the only thing you have to worry about is losing your head. And you have a perfect alibi for 11 o'clock, and so have I.
Indeed we do.
We were both seen by different people in different places at 11. And the police are certain your husband was shot at that time.
I know, Eddie. Oh, you were very clever. But, well, how did you do it?
We won't go into it now. All you have to do is sit tight, and nobody will come near either you or me. I killed John, but nobody will ever be able to prove it.
Well, you don't have to worry about me. I love you too much, and you're too close to me right now for me to do anything that would hurt us.
Now, remember what I said.
Yeah.
All you have to do is take it easy. Right now, I'm going over to play gin with young Bill Stedman. You go home and make like...
I'm very sorry, but you two will either have to stop talking so loud or leave. This is a library, and people do come
here to read, I know. Mm-hmm. It's all right. We're just leaving.
Well...
We've done everything we wanted to do. And I do mean everything. You keep shuffling the cards, Bill, and you'll rub the spots off them.
What's your hurry, Eddie?
The sooner you deal them out, the sooner we get the game going.
Oh, and the sooner you win more of my money, huh?
Look, any time you want to quit, kid, it's okay with me.
I'm hooked almost $500. I'll keep playing. Oh, I was just figuring how much you've won from me in the past month.
How much?
Over $7,000.
You can afford it.
Yeah?
And if you can't, you shouldn't have played. Nobody hit you on the head and made you play gin with me.
I wish somebody had hit me on the head before I started. You want that card?
6 of diamonds, no use for it.
Take another. Eddie, how about doubling the stakes?
Nothing doing. You get out the way you got in.
Anything to give me a break, huh?
Anything.
Maybe you aren't so smart, friend.
Hmm?
Maybe I know a way to get some of my money back.
What's with that kind of talk?
Well, suppose the police knew that you and the wife of the guy who was shot last night, that John Green, were pretty friendly.
Don't be a baby. So I know Lucy. I knew the guy, too, didn't I? I rented my apartment from them a year ago. Let's keep this game going. I knock with 3.
That's good. 3 queens, 3 sevens, 3 jacks. That's raid. I have no layoffs. I got 8, 18, 24. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Those other cards you have palmed in your hand. You've been cheating me.
Don't be a dope. I have no cards
You
in my hand.
just dropped them on the floor. I saw you, and I'm going to find out you're out of your head. Don't stop choking. Stop her out. And if you want to play that way,
Little boys with too much money shouldn't get suspicious if they get hurt. Get up, Bill, and pay me off.
I'll get up, all right, and you'll get paid off, too. One way or another. Look, Vance, are you a private investigator, aren't you?
Take it easy, Mr. Stedman. As far as I know, I am a private investigator.
Good, then do something. I came up to tell you that the police are looking for the man who killed John Green, and I know who it is.
So you said, or should I say, shouted.
Well, all I can say now is that you're a whole lot overrated, Vance. You're supposed to be the guy who can spot a murderer with his eyes closed.
Most murderers don't walk around with their eyes closed.
You know what I mean. Yet
Here I am, coming to you with a perfect case, motive and all, and you're not taking me seriously.
Of course I am. Now, look, Bill, I know your mother, I know you. She's spoiled you a little. You had too much money and too little supervision. But don't think you can come up here and order me around.
Okay, Vance. Just answer one thing. I told you Edward Lee had a crush on John Green's wife. I told you Lee carried a gun and has a bad reputation. Why don't you investigate him?
For a very simple reason. The medical examiner placed the time of Green's death between 10:30 and 11:30. As a matter of fact, District Attorney Markham was talking on the phone to Green at a minute or so after 11 when he heard the shots that killed him. And Edward Lee was with neighbors on his floor, completely legitimate neighbors who say he was with them at 1 minute after 11. Now, are you satisfied?
No.
Well, the police are. Lee has an absolute alibi.
Oh, he has he?
Yes.
Well, all I can tell you is, if you think he has, then you're not as smart as people think you are, and Eddie Lee is a whole lot smarter. Okay, wait a minute.
Yes?
Hello, I'm Philo Vance.
You are. And you've come to see me? How nice.
You're Edward Lee?
That's right. You're the guy who just pushed his way in here.
That's right.
Come on over there and sit down. I'll be through working out in a minute or so.
Oh, go right ahead. You won't disturb me. I just have some facts to find out.
Like what?
Pretty good left hand you have there, Lee. For a right-handed person, that is.
How do you know I'm right-handed?
Your belt buckle. It's on the right side. Most people wear their buckles in the center. When they don't, a left-handed person has the buckle near his left hand.
And a right-handed person near his right hand. So I'm right-handed. That's what you came up to find out?
Hardly. I want to know how well you knew John Green.
That again. I didn't know him well at all. I rented this apartment from him about a year ago. He took another place upstairs in the building.
You did know his wife?
Sure. She was here when I rented the joint. What's it to you, Vance? What makes all you characters so curious?
All of us characters?
Sure, characters, busybodies. Guys that can't mind their own business. Guys like you. Somebody killed John Green. Okay, he's dead. How do you figure to help him?
I figure to stop somebody else sometime from murdering a person because they'll remember that Green's killer was caught.
Well, so far as I can see, Green's killer's going free. You've got nothing on anybody, including and especially me. So how about getting out of here before I go to work on you instead of that bag?
I'd rather enjoy any effort you made to throw me out of here.
Oh, you'd enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, never let it be said that I'm a bad host. Never let it be said that I didn't see to it you had a good time.
You haven't worked on that punching bag. 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 You haven't worked on that punching bag.
Long enough to take care of you.
Well, that, as the saying goes, is that. Perhaps the tip I got from young Bill Stedman about you, Lee, wasn't correct. But
what tip was that?
That you killed Green. Anyhow, I did have a good time this afternoon, so thank you very much for the entertainment. And Lee.
Yeah?
You must come over and see me sometime.
Eddie.
Keep your voice down, Lucy. I don't want that librarian to come over here and warn us again. And I do want to talk to you.
I'll be careful. Well, what's been happening?
Bill Stedman got sore because I beat him in a couple of card games, and he went to Philo Vance and told Vance I killed your husband.
Oh, he didn't?
No, he did all right.
Oh.
Vance was over at my place to find out a little more about it.
Oh, well, what do you care, Eddie? You got an alibi that nobody will be able to crack. You were with your next-door neighbor at a minute after 11.
Yeah, sure, but you know I gimmicked everything.
I know you did, but I don't know how you did it. Oh, Eddie, you're wonderful.
Cut it out, the librarian.
Oh, I don't care about her. I only care about us, about you and me now that John's out of the way.
Quit that, will you? Cut it out.
Oh, it's you two again, is it? Don't you realize how loud talking distracts the others here in the library?
Okay, we'll be quiet.
Oh, you'd better. You're disturbing the others.
Well, it isn't only the others he's disturbing. He's also disturbing me.
Here you are, Markham. Get your skeleton key back.
Right, Vance. Get the light switch, will you?
Right. There we are.
This is pretty risky business, Vance, breaking into an apartment.
Breaking in, Markham?
Yes.
We didn't break in. We used a key. Just as Mrs. Green would use a key if she came home right this minute. Besides, who could arrest the district attorney?
Vance, it's remarkable how your logic can sound so good, even though both of us know you're ad-libbing. Now that we're here, tell me what we're doing.
All right. You've heard of hunches.
Yes. Yes, they're the thing a fictional detective always follows when he can't find a clue. Do you have one?
No, not at all. This is the spot where I should have one, though, if that logic of mine, which you seem to like, wasn't functioning.
Which means?
That there's a tie-up between Green's widow and Edward Lee. Lee is very smug and very sure of himself.
Mm-hmm.
His apartment is 6 floors down, but a visit here might result in our finding something that will connect him with the crime.
Well, this is the room where Green's body was found, at the telephone. A gun inches away from his hand, but not the gun that killed him.
In other words, when you called him back from your office, he answered the phone while holding a gun on somebody in the room.
Vance, is it possible that my call distracted him so that the murderer had a chance to shoot? I'd hate to think that.
I don't believe that's what happened. Now, Markham, look through this desk, will you? I'm going into Mrs. Green's room, see what I can find.
All right. If you see anything that's even remotely interesting, make it...
Oh! Markham, what happened? Markham, are you hurt badly? Oh, where's that phone? Operator, rush an ambulance to the Windmere Apartments. The district attorney's been shot, and I'm afraid he's badly hurt. This is Philo Vance. District Attorney Markham was shot about an hour ago as he and I were looking through the apartment of John Green, who had been murdered the day before. Both of our suspects, Mrs. Green and a man named Edward Lee, have alibis for around 11 o'clock, the time we believe the murder was committed. Markham has been taken to the hospital, and I am about to go into his room now to see how serious. Hello, Markham.
Vance?
The nurse said I could stay only a few moments. How do you feel?
Not bad. The bullet just grazed my side, I've been told. I guess somebody didn't want us at the Green apartment, Vance.
Oh, I don't know. Nobody fired at me.
Well, then somebody didn't want me there, let's say. Somehow I'd have preferred being told I wasn't wanted.
Can't blame you for that. I'll tell you something, Markham. I got on the telephone and called Edward Lee after I'd done what I could for you, and while I was waiting for the ambulance.
Did you reach him?
No.
And then Lee may have shot me.
Yes. It could have been Mrs. Green, of course, or it might have been somebody else. Someone I've overlooked.
Who's that?
Bill Stedman. That wealthy young man who came to my office insisting that Edward Lee killed John Green.
Oh?
Perhaps we've been on the wrong track.
Right at the moment, I don't particularly care, Vance. All I care about is getting out of this hospital so we can work together on this case.
You just stay here and rest.
I'll stay here, of course, until the doctors say I can go, but I don't know how I can rest with a murder unsolved.
In that case, Markham, and in view of the fact that we started this investigation together and it must be continued, let's say that you remain here and leave the rest to me.
Sit down.
Well, I
want to talk to you.
Mother, I've got to go. I've got an appointment.
What kind of an appointment? To gamble again?
Who, me?
Don't lie to me, William. I've known about your gambling for some time. Any day now, I expect to pick up a paper and read William Stedman, Jr., wealthy young playboy, arrested in gambling raid. I won't have that, William.
I don't go to gambling houses.
I know you haven't been going to them, but I know you've been gambling, and I know you've been losing. The bank called up and said you were overdrawn. They read me the amounts of the checks you've been giving somebody named Edward Lee, and before that to someone named John Green.
Well, I had a little bad luck, Mom.
Little? You had a lot of bad luck. And you're going to stop gambling right this minute.
But I don't always lose. Look. Here, look. Take a look. See? All this money? What? I haven't deposited it, but I won it.
From whom?
From John Green, just before he was murdered.
The John Green who was murdered? It's the name you're playing with?
Why not? But I won this money from him while he was still alive.
Did you, William? Did you win it from him while he was alive, or did you take it from him after you killed him?
Thank you for coming down here to Markham's office with me, Mrs. Green.
Well, that's all right.
I believe you'll want to be with me when I find out something, if I find it out.
Well, what are you looking for?
Some indication of who killed your husband, of course.
Oh. Well, Vance, I have a confession to make.
I know.
You know.
I think so. You shot Mr. Markham, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, but how did you know it was?
Rather simple. You realize Markham isn't seriously hurt, and I certainly didn't expect you to confess your husband's murder, so what else could it be?
I didn't mean to shoot Markham. I came home, saw somebody bending over the desk, and thought it was a burglar. I carried a gun, so I shot. Then when I heard you call Mr. Markham's name, I knew I'd made a mistake. So I ran out.
Well, thank you for telling me, Mrs. Green. I'm sure we'll be able to straighten out the situation. Now, would you mind coming in here to Markham's office with me?
Not at all.
Thank you. Ah, here we are. Now I want you, Mrs. Green, to be me.
You want what? I beg your pardon?
Sit here in this chair. Now, I'm going to pretend to be Markham, and also pretend this is the night your husband was killed. I'm at the desk when the phone rings. Markham picks it up. Markham picks it up. Markham picks it up. And a voice says, "I'm John Green, Windmere Apartments. I'm in trouble," and so forth and so on. And hangs up. Markham told me what happened. Then went through the phone book here looking for your number.
Well, I'll tell you the number. It's Clover 61561.
Oh, is it? Well, Markham then dialed the number.
Of course, you know there won't be any answer. There's no one at my house.
We'll see. I'm trying to do exactly what Markham did the night your husband was shot, remember? They're ringing, Mrs. Green.
Oh, no one will answer.
I imagine that's so. Well...
Hello?
Hold the phone.
What? There's somebody in my house? What? Who could it be?
I'll let you know in a moment. Hello, who is this?
Donnelly, 23rd Precinct. I'm on duty here. Who's this?
Oh, I'm sorry, Donnelly. This is Philo Vance. Please excuse this call.
Right.
It was a police officer.
Oh.
Mrs. Green.
Yep.
I've just had an idea, a very brilliant idea.
Well, if you say so yourself. And you said so yourself.
So I did.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to see if Mr. Markham is well enough to come over here. And promise him, as a reward, that I know who killed your husband and how his killer could have a perfect alibi.
I'm a little weak, but I'll be all right, Donnelly.
Sure you will, sir.
Thank you for helping me here to my office.
It's no trouble at all, Mr. Markham. There we are. You're sitting down now, so you shouldn't feel too badly.
I feel fine. All I really needed was Philo Vance's request to come down here. What's this on my desk?
What is it?
Oh, it's a note from Vance. It says call John Green's house. Now, if Vance says so, I'll do it. Would you hand me that phone book, please?
Sure thing. There you are, D.A.
I called Green's number the night he was killed, but I don't remember it. Now, let me see. There we are. Green. John Green, Windmere Apartments. That's it.
What's supposed to happen after you call the number?
I don't have the slightest idea, Donnelly, but I'll know in just a minute.
Hello, Vance speaking.
This is Markham Vance.
Well, how do you feel?
All right, but why did you want me to call?
Where am I?
Where are you? Well, look, Vance, I'm the one that was shot, remember? You're at John Green's place, of course. I just looked up your number in the phone book.
But I'm not Markham.
You're not?
No, I'm in Edward Lee's apartment, 6 floors below Green's. And I'm quite certain I can prove he killed Green. Lee's upstairs in the Green apartment now. I'm going up and have a showdown with him. So you see, Lee, that's how you arranged the entire setup.
Is that right?
Very apparent to me why you did it, of course. As an alibi for your whereabouts at the time we thought Green was killed.
You're pretty smart, Vance.
Oh, he told me in Markham's office he was brilliant.
He can hit and he can think. That's a tough combination to beat.
Thank you.
Okay, Vance, I'll tell you the truth. I did kill Green.
But,
Oh, what's the difference, kid? He knows I wouldn't have set up that alibi gimmick if I hadn't killed him. But, Vance, it was self-defense, and I have a witness to prove it, Mrs. Green.
Yes, that's right.
I'm listening.
Well, it was this way. I was up here in Green's apartment. The radio was on. I was dancing with Mrs. Green. Right, Lucy?
Oh, yes, it is.
You see, Vance?
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow, I was dancing with Mrs. Green. Her husband came in, saw us, and yanked out a gun. I never even thought about what I was doing. In fact, the whole thing happened so fast, I never even took my hand from around Mrs. Green. Right, Lucy?
Right, Eddie.
I pulled my gun and shot before he could. That's my story, Vance.
It is, eh?
That's right. You found Green's gun next to his body, and it's a story that Lucy will back up. It was self-defense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I admit I planted the alibi that you broke, that I rigged up that telephone stunt, but I did it because I was scared.
You can really start getting scared now, Lee.
What?
I can break your self-defense story in a minute.
Oh, you're
You're right-handed. If you were dancing and you still had your arm around Mrs. Green, how could you pull a gun? With your left hand? Well, that's what I thought. Another thing, that telephone idea of yours took a little time to plant. You had to do that the afternoon of the night you were going to kill Green. And if that's not premeditation, I don't know what is.
You're nuts.
You're coming with me, both of you.
Why, you can't.
And then I'm going to explain to Markham just how your telephone gimmick worked.
Start from the beginning, Vance.
Well, the beginning was a year ago when Edward Lee rented the Greens' apartment in the Windmere building.
Mm-hmm.
When the Greens lived in the place, they had a telephone, and naturally, the telephone book listed their name and number.
Then they moved to another apartment in the same building. What happened to the number?
It was changed. The number they had, Edward Lee now has.
Uh-huh.
If you look up Lee's name in the new phone book, you'll find it has the same phone number as the Greens used to have.
I see what happened now. I looked up Green's number after the call came into my office and happened to look it up in the old phone book so that I was really calling the number that now is in Lee's apartment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Except that you didn't happen to look it up in an old book.
What do you mean?
Lee was here the afternoon of the murder and left an old book in place of the one in your office.
What?
That could be done without exciting any suspicion.
Yes, I imagine so. If my secretary's back were turned, or if it were done surreptitiously, I'll grant you no one would notice.
After that, it was easy for Lee. He killed Green at 10:30 in Green's apartment.
Yeah.
Then he went to his own apartment and called you, put on his act, and went next door to his neighbors to establish his alibi.
The medical examiner did say Green was killed between 10:30 and 11:30. But having heard that shot on the telephone, the one that Lee apparently faked, I was certain the murder took place at a minute after 11 o'clock.
And so was I. Lee tried to get away with saying it was self-defense. But too much detail had to be established in advance of the killing for it to be anything but murder.
No question about that. All the things like my being alerted for something to happen at 11 o'clock, the phone call that was cut short abruptly so that I'd call back. Yes, it was all too well planned.
Well planned, Markham, but not too well planned, or it might have succeeded.
What do you mean?
That stunt of using the telephone to establish an alibi was unusual, but it could be figured, and I figured it.
You certainly did. Vance, you told me Mrs. Green was the one who fired at me. Did she mean to kill me?
I think she was honest about believing there was a burglar in her apartment, and that's why she fired. But she's an accessory to the crime of killing her husband, so you have her on that charge.
It seems to me that, thanks to you, Vance, she and Edward Lee have reached the end of their trail.
That's fair enough, my friend, inasmuch as we've reached an end, too. The end of the Alibi murder case.
Calling all detectives. Suppose you were a private detective and found that your client was not only killed, but that you were the prize suspect. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. There are some types of cases no private detective likes, and I, Jerry Browning, am no exception. Because about all you expect from such cases is... And tell my wife that if she sends any more private detectives after me, they'll get the same treatment. I got up off the floor of the tavern, went on back to my office, and wrote a polite note to Mrs. George Maynor explaining why she'd have to hire another detective to follow her husband around. I also enclosed a bill for $50. but without much hope of ever collecting it. About an hour after I'd mailed the letter...
Hello, Mr. Browning. This is George Maynard. Listen, I'm sorry about hitting you. I apologize. I need your help. Something terrible has happened. Could you come right over to my apartment?
I rubbed my still aching jaw. It didn't hurt as much as the thought of how flat my bank account was. So, after only a second's hesitation, okay, Mr. Maynard, I'll be right over. The Maynard apartment was on the 4th floor, so when the elevator didn't come, I ran on upstairs, found the door to the Maynard apartment unlocked. But as I stepped into the room, I caught a fist flush on the point of my chin. When I came to, a cop was bending over me.
Get up, mister. You're under arrest for the murder of Mrs. Maynard.
Lured to the house of a man who'd slugged me earlier that day, I was slugged again and found myself under arrest for the murder of a woman, my client. At police headquarters, the desk sergeant said,
I never heard a more unlikely story in my life.
But I tell you, Mrs. Maynard was my client. She hired me to check up on her husband.
All I know is we got a tip that a suspicious character was hanging around the house. The squad goes out there, finds the poor lady shot, and you on the floor knocked cold with a vase.
Listen, George Maynard called me. I went there because he asked for my help.
You just said he slugged you in the afternoon, and you expect me to believe he called you up in the evening, and you go running back for more? Lock him up.
Okay, Browning, you want it upstairs? I left my cell with a feeling that I was walking the last mile. Earlier, I'd had an interview with my lawyer, who'd showed me how bad things looked. George Maynard denied having phoned me, claimed that the reason he'd slugged me in the tavern was not because I was following him, but because he resented my attentions to his wife. The district attorney, my lawyer, and 2 men from the homicide squad were in the big office. The DA scowled, shoved a piece of paper across the desk at me.
Here, Browning, sign this and you'll be released.
I looked at my lawyer, who nodded slightly. I picked up the paper, saw that it was a form waiver of any legal action for false arrest. I signed and gave the form back to the DA.
It's lucky for you, Browning, that you were in such a hurry to quit working for Mrs. Maynard after her husband hit you. We intercepted the letter and bill you sent her. That verifies your story. A warrant's been issued for George Maynard's arrest. That's all. You can leave.
I was tired, dirty, and unshaved after my 24 hours in jail, but I didn't go home. Well, maybe the police didn't know where to find Maynard, but I'd spent 2 days trailing him, and I knew his habits. I didn't locate Maynard until I'd made the rounds of half a dozen joints. Finally, collared him in a waterfront bar. Gave him back the 2 wallops he'd given me and 1 more to remember me by. Maynard came to as I was taking him to headquarters.
Listen, Browning, I didn't kill my wife.
Shut up or I'll put you back to sleep. Maynard kept on pleading with me. He'd come home that evening, found his wife shot, realized that he'd be blamed for it unless...
I had to do something, stalled for time, so I thought about you.
I smiled sourly. You'll be lucky if time is all you get, instead of the chair. I turned Maynard over to the police, went on home for some well-earned sleep. But the more I thought about Maynard, the more troubled I got. The chances were that he'd killed his wife. That he hadn't. And he was an innocent man without a chance in the world. I got up, looked at my watch. 11 o'clock. Oh, well. The sleepy-eyed elevator operator said,
What for?
For the Manor apartment. The operator snapped, suddenly alert.
They got Manor. I just heard it over the radio.
I nodded. Take me upstairs.
You know, Mr. Browning, I never figured you'd done it. I had Manor pegged right from the start.
I grinned. Oh, you know me, huh? The operator nodded vigorously.
Oh, sure. Your picture was in the paper when they arrested you. And the way I doped it out, Manor was waiting upstairs for you that night. And when you come in, he slugged you, left you there for the cops to find.
I stepped out of the car. Hey, come on inside with me a minute. I turned to the operator. Open the door with your passkey. The operator frowned.
You haven't got a passkey.
You're a liar. You have got a passkey because you were in the apartment hiding there when Maynard slugged me. That's how you knew he slugged me, because the newspaper story was that I was hit with a bait. He tried to dart past me. I put out my foot, tripped him, and a moment later had a thoroughly subdued prisoner. When I got to police headquarters, I felt like I was coming home. I'd been there so much the past couple of days. Well, it didn't take long to get a confession from the elevator operator. He'd been using his passkey to burglarize apartments in the building. Mrs. Maynard caught him at it. So he killed her. But before he could get out, Maynard returned home. That's why I had to walk upstairs that evening, because a murderer was hiding in an apartment and watched one innocent man try to pin the blame for the murder on another innocent man. And it'd be nice to say that Maynard was grateful to me. Actually, he threatened to sue me for false arrest, though he never did. Like I said, when anybody interferes between a husband and wife, the best he can get is a poke in the jaw. And the worst, an accusation of murder. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And now, tonight's story, The Case of the Wounded Killer. And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney knows that there are two kinds of men, those who obey the law and those who break it. This case started with both kinds in a doctor's office in a residential district on the outskirts of town, shortly after midnight.
Doc, it hurts. I'm afraid it's going to hurt more, Jim, unless your father lets me put you under. How about it, Mr. Larson?
No. I got to get him out of here as soon as you finish.
All right. I'll have to probe for that bullet.
Then stop talking and go ahead and probe.
Grip the sides of the table, Jim. I'm gripping. Go ahead. All right, I've got it. Hand me those compressors, please, Mr. Larson. Now plug this for now to stop the blood. You'll have to come back tomorrow for a new dressing, Jim. Pain subsiding any now? Yeah, a little better. All right, push that roll of tape over here.
Yeah. Sorry we had to get you out of bed, Doctor.
That's what I'm here for. Now then, I'll give you a shot of penicillin to combat infection. You better have a shot a day for the next 3 days to play safe, Jim. And stay off that leg. All right. You can help me get dressed, Mr. Larson.
Okay. Come on, Jim.
Yeah. Just let me get this up. Now then, you'd better give me the whole story, Mr. Larson.
I did tell you. Just a simple accident. I was cleaning a gun.
Where and at what time? What do you have to know all that for? The police always want detailed information whenever a doctor treats a gunshot wound, Jim.
You're not going to report this to the police.
Oh, yes, I am, Mr. Larson. The law requires it.
You're right.
Don't get excited, Dad. Doc's known us for years. He understands we don't want a lot of fuss about nothing. After all, it was an accident. Doc.
Yes, Jim?
My father didn't do this. And it was no accident.
I was just beginning to realize that.
Don't pick up that phone, Doc.
Holding that gun on me isn't going to change the law, Mr. Larson.
Better change your mind, Doc. Take the money and forget it.
No.
You better make sure he's dead. He's dead, all right. We might as well be wanted for 2 killings as 1. I'd have found out about the stockyard guard if I let him make that call.
We better get out of here.
Yeah. We're going to have to take care of that leg ourselves. We can't risk going to another doctor here. Put your arm around me.
All right. Go ahead.
You say the doctor's nurse found the body, Harrington?
Hey, yeah, that's right, Chief. She's in this waiting room. Miss Blackburn, this is Mr. Garrett, the district attorney.
Hello.
Since she found the body this morning when she came to work, I asked her to stay until you got it.
Would you mind waiting a little longer?
I'll stay as long as you need me.
Well, thank you. Where's the body, Harrington?
In the doc's office across the hall. I've been keeping the office closed off. Nobody's been in here but the lab crew.
Now, how about the medical examiner?
He's on his way.
Quite a bit of blood on this examination table, Harrington.
Yeah, I wondered about that myself.
Instrument tray, surgical dressings beside the table. Hypodermic needle. Looks like an antibiotic.
You don't suppose the doctor could have been trying to treat his own wound?
The way he's shot, I'd say he probably died in a matter of seconds. Not time enough for this. Besides, the body is 8 feet away from the table.
Yeah, it must be somebody else's blood then.
The medical examiner can check it by type when he gets here. And now I have a few things I want to ask Miss Blackburn. We can use some help from you now, Miss Blackburn.
I'll tell you anything I can.
Will you come across the hall to the office for a moment, please? You didn't leave the office this way last night, did you?
No. Everything was put away. There was a fresh pad and sheet on the examination table.
Was the doctor expecting any patient after you left?
No, he said he was going to bed early. He usually turned in at 9. The doctor catches his sleep when he can.
Oh, we checked the bedroom, Chief. His bed had been slept in. And you see what he's wearing. Robe and pajamas.
Poor doctor.
I think you'd better go home now, Miss Blackburn. If we need any more information, we can reach you there.
Thank you.
Tell the sergeant outside I want one of the men to drive you home in a squad car.
Thank you.
Well, that settles one thing, Harrington. Dr. Hemmett treated an unexpected patient last night. Somebody who got him out of bed, accepted his help, and then killed him.
Yeah, but why?
Well, there's only one reason I can think of. To keep him from calling the police. Look at the instruments that we used.
Yeah, a probe. He'd use that digging for a bullet. I know. Had a few dug out myself. What are you looking around for?
Trash container.
Oh, right there next to the instrument cabinet. Some stuff in here, all right.
Yeah, dump it out on this newspaper.
Surgical gauze. Blood stain. Hey, what's that?
Sleeve torn from a blue denim shirt. Must have been ripped off to bind the wound before the patient was brought here.
Must have been some wound. That thing is soaked.
Push that gauze around carefully. Use a pencil. There it is.
Yeah. Hey, that's a rifle slug, Chief. Looks like a 30-30 silver tip. The lab boy said the doc was shot with a revolver. Probably a 38 police special.
Well, the man the doctor treated was shot someplace else by somebody else. Both wounds wouldn't be from the same gun.
You mean the fellow we're after was in a gunfight before he came here?
Well, that's the way it shapes up, Harrington.
Using all that blood, he couldn't have come far alone. Chances are he had somebody with him, helping him.
Yeah, that means we've got 2 men to look for.
Yes. The medical examiner will be able to supply us with the wounded man's blood type. I'm going to send this rifle slug and whatever he digs out of the doctor through ballistics. While we're back at the office waiting for it, I want to check on something else.
What?
Every police report involving gunplay that took place within 100 miles of this city last night.
Hello, Harrington. Are those lab reports?
Yep, just finished.
You better take them right in. Mr. Garrett's waiting for them.
How about the shooting report?
Nothing yet from the county. We're waiting for outside teletype. Masterson will bring them up as soon as he gets anything.
Okay. Lab reports, Chief. The man the doctor treated was blood type A.
How about the ballistics?
The slug we found in the container was a 30-30 silver tip, all right. And the lab was right about the gun that killed Dr. Hammett. 38 police special.
Any distinctive markings on the bullets?
Plenty. They said they'll have no trouble matching them up with the guns they came from, if we find the guns.
We'll find them all right. Get the...
Mr. Garrett?
Yes, Miss Miller?
This stuff came in on the teletype. It's from David Corkin, the district attorney of Roebling County.
Oh.
And what is it, Chief?
The shooting happened early last night. A guard from the stockyards near their railroad terminal was shot and killed. The body was found less than an hour ago in a cattle pen.
Roebling County stockyards. Yeah, it's 70 miles from here. Think it could tie in with our case?
Get a car. We're going to find out. Have radio division contact the Roebling County Sheriff's Office, Miss Miller. Ask them to notify Dave Corcoran that I'm on my way up to meet him.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Dave.
Oh, hello, Paul. Good to see you.
You know my assistant, Harrington.
Yeah, sure.
Glad to see you again, Mr. Corcoran.
What about this killing, Dave?
Well, this man was a special guard. The cattle are unloaded at this terminal when they come in from the shippers. Quite a few head have been stolen in the past couple of months.
I see.
That's why the dead man was hired, to try and stop it. Incidentally, what's your interest in the case?
Well, both of us may be after the same killer. A doctor in my county was murdered last night after treating a gunshot wound. Do you know the caliber of the gun that killed the guard?
Yes. It was a 38 police special.
That fits, Chief.
A lot of 38 police specials in circulation.
We can have the slugs matched by ballistics to make sure, but we won't have to wait that long to be pretty certain if we can tie in one other thing.
What?
What kind of a weapon was your guard armed with?
A rifle.
Did you get a chance to use it?
Yeah. Fired one shot at whoever killed him.
The doctor had been killed after treating a wound. If the caliber of the guard's rifle matches the caliber of the slug we found in the doctor's office, we're in this together.
What caliber rifle are you looking for, Paul?
A 30-30.
Well, then we're in this together. That's what it was.
A doctor in my county had been murdered. And the same gun that killed him had been used the same night in the murder of a guard at a railroad terminal stockyard 70 miles away. We turned our ballistics findings over to Corcoran's lab men. On the way back to town, Harrington and I got a scientific verification of our suspicions by shortwave radio. Corcoran's lab men had matched the bullets.
It didn't take the lab boys long to compare those slugs, did it?
No, it never does. They're a good crew.
Yep. The test-firing slug they got from the guard's rifle was a perfect match for the slug Dr. Hammett removed from that patient we're looking for.
We're not only looking for him, we're going to find him. Whoever was with him.
Yeah, and something else. You were right about it being more than one man. The man who got hit wouldn't be in any condition to drive 70 miles all by his lonesome, especially in a truck.
70 miles to get to a doctor.
Yeah, pretty long haul with a bad wound.
Yes, and it answers a question I've had in mind. I wonder why they didn't tie the doctor up and leave him instead of killing him. That would have given him time to get away before he could make a report to the police.
What are you figuring, Chief?
They had to kill Dr. Hammett to avoid positive identification. Because they knew him, and he knew them.
No, I don't follow you on that.
Now, look, Harrington. Dr. Hammett's house is in the suburbs, and on a side street, away from the direct routes into the city center. It wouldn't be easy to locate in the middle of the night unless you knew just where it was. Not only that, the killers passed through another city and a half a dozen small towns to get there.
They could have gotten to 100 other doctors more easily than they got to Dr. Hammett, and a lot sooner.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something, Harrington. If you were shot, you wanted to keep it off the record, but you had to be treated, what would you do?
Well, I'd go to my own family doctor, of course, and hope that I could talk him out of making a report. I see what you mean now. The men we're after must live in or near the area of Dr. Hammett's office.
Yes. And we can narrow it quite a bit more than that.
How?
They were stealing cattle.
Yeah?
Would you know what to do with stolen cattle? Where would you take them? What use would they be to you?
Well, none unless I...
Go ahead.
Well, unless I happen to be a butcher or a meat wholesaler. Somebody in the meat business.
Right. And those are the people we're going to check.
Here are today's reports from the plainclothes squad, Mr. Garrett.
Anything?
No, they've checked every possible place, even places where hides are sold after slaughtering. There's no trace of the hide brands Mr. Corkin gave us from previous cattle thefts. Well, none that aren't accounted for by regular shipment, I mean.
Nothing from the doctors either.
No?
The man we're after had a very bad wound. He's taking a big chance if he isn't having it dressed and cared for.
He's taking a bigger chance by going to another doctor the way we've canvassed him.
Yes, I guess you're right.
Hi, Miss Miller.
Hi.
Hi, Chief. I'm beat. I've been in and out of so many cold storage boxes in the last 2 days, my blood is beginning to wonder if I'm a snowman.
No luck?
Nothing but government-inspected meat, all sealed and stamped. Another day, and I'll be ready for a hook myself. I must have walked...
I'll get it, Mr. Garrett. District Attorney's office. Oh, yes, Mrs. Farmer. When? Oh, I see. Your husband's store. Yes. Might very well be. I'll tell him right away. Thank you. It was Mrs. Carmen, Mr. Garrett. She's a policewoman in the juvenile squad.
Yeah?
Her husband's a druggist. Works at the all-night pharmacy at Sutton and Ninth. From midnight until 8. He had some trouble with a customer last night.
What kind of trouble?
Man came in and bought a vial of penicillin, and then he wanted a hypodermic needle for administering it. Mr. Clymer told him he couldn't sell it to him without a doctor's prescription. The man tried to bribe him. When that didn't work, he got mad. Clymer told him to see a doctor and come back, but he stalked out.
That could be something, Chief.
It certainly could. Did Mr. Clymer know the man?
Yes, his name's Larson. He just opened a small business a few blocks away from the drugstore.
What kind of a business?
He didn't know.
Yeah, I can tell you, Chief. Here on my list, Larson and Son.
What are they dealing?
Canned meat.
Pick up a search warrant and let's go.
Well, we're not going to be able to identify any of this stuff, Chief. Not without the hides.
I know. You tell Jeff to notify the Merchant Protection Service that we're in here on a warrant?
Yeah. The door shaker will know about it when he makes his round. He's been instructed not to notify the Larsons.
Good. Well, what's out back?
Oh, a small cattle pen. Nothing in it, though. I looked over the fence when we were coming around the place.
Now, let's go out and make sure.
Hey, I see.
Uh-huh. One of those vats.
Waste, I guess. Excess fat. Probably sell it to some rendering plant for soap and other byproducts.
Let's go back into the plant office. See if we can find their home address.
I'll give you 10 to 1. I can tell you what neighborhood it will be in.
I'll make it 20 if you pick any neighborhood but Dr. Hammett's. I'll take the desk. You take the filing cabinet.
Who'd be calling here now? Do you think Larson is wise?
Might be for us. Hello?
Mr. Garrett?
Oh, yes, Miss Miller. What is it?
I thought I'd better call you. A report came through from Burglary Division. It happened 20 minutes ago.
What is it?
Somebody broke into a drugstore, stole a tray of antibiotics and a hypodermic kit.
Thanks. Talk to you later. One of the Larsons must be in bad shape, Harrington. Find that address.
Jim. What? Hey, raise your head. Drink this water. burning up.
This attic is always hot.
No. Oh, it's fever. Getting worse.
You said your leg wasn't hurting anymore.
No, but it's all swollen. Look at it. You get the penicillin.
Yeah, but I don't know what to do with it. I'm not a doctor.
Oh, and take me one.
Yeah, put the both of us in the electric chair.
Get the car. Drive me out of the state someplace. To some mountain area where we can say we've been hunting.
All right. I'll get the...
Hey. The car stopping.
Yeah, right out front. Here, let me kill that light.
Who could it be? You've been telling everybody not to come.
How do I know who it can be?
Suppose it's the police.
There's no way the police could know anything. I better go down and answer. And don't you move round up here. I can hear it all over the house when you do.
Make sure that ladder doesn't leave any marks on the rug when you move it.
Don't tell me what to do. Just don't move up here. Push the cover back in place after me. All right. Be with you in a minute. I'm coming. Now, what are you trying to do? Break the door down?
From the time it took you to answer, it looked like that was what you wanted us to do.
I was busy. Who are you, anyway? What do you want?
My name is Garrett, Mr. Larson. I'm the district attorney.
Mind if we come in?
Yes, I mind.
In that case, here's a warrant.
What's this all about? I forgot to answer a parking ticket or something?
Oh, something. You took a long time answering the door.
I was fixing the light out in the kitchen. I yelled the first time you knocked. Wait a minute.
We didn't hear you the first time.
Look, what do you want? Why don't you get to the point?
All right, Mr. Larson, do you want a gun?
Shotgun. For duck hunting. You want to see it?
No, I'd rather see a 38 police special.
Never owned one.
That's funny. There's a permit for one in your office files.
Just before you let us in, I heard a door open and close in here. These are all open archways leading to the other rooms.
Well, there's a closet there, Hines.
There's nothing in there.
Just a ladder crammed in against everything. Is that what you were putting away?
I told you I was fixing the light out in the kitchen, so I used the ladder. Yeah. What about it?
Where's your son, Mr. Larson?
Out of town. What do you want the ladder for?
To take a look through that attic transom in the corner.
There's nothing up there.
We'll just take a look anyhow.
If your son is up there, Larson, you'd better tell him not to do this the hard way.
He isn't there, I told you.
All right, Hankin.
Look out! Chief, get out of this line.
Did he hit you?
No. I'll hit him if he tries to come up again. I'll kill him. Move out of the room where I can see you.
You can't get out of that attic, and you know it.
No, but I can blow the head off anybody who tries to come up after me. I'll see them before they see me. We don't have to come up to take you, mister. We can rake every foot of the attic with gunfire.
Well, that's just a sample. We can turn the ceiling of this room into a sieve, and you with it. You'd better get down here with your father while you've still got a chance.
Come on down, Jim. Come down or they'll kill you.
Well, how about it? All right. But my leg's pretty bad. You'll have to help me.
Just to keep it friendly. Open that transom all the way and throw your gun down first.
All right.
All right, Herndon.
Come on. Slide down.
Grab my shoulder.
Be careful, my leg. Nothing's been done for it for 3 days.
What do you want? Sympathy?
I wish you had this instead of me.
Yeah, I did. There's one thing you could count on. I wouldn't kill the man who could fix it for me. As it is, we're going to do more for you than you did for him.
What?
Call an ambulance. Jim Larson did not live long enough to be brought to trial.
The neglected leg wound resulted in gangrene infection, and he died in prison hospital. His father, Robert Lawson, was tried and convicted on a charge of murder in the first degree. The death sentence was mandatory.
Mr. District Attorney is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
It's 8 o'clock. Welcome to Van Cristo Radio Theater.
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the New Jersey trio, whose nocturnal audacity netted them a fortune, until one misstep before dark shed light on a dozen 50-cent pieces.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny.
Do your youngsters ever ask you, what did you do before television was invented? Now, sometimes it's hard to answer that question in a way that they'll understand. Of course, we read. And we played out in the fresh air a lot more, or at least that's what we tell the kids. But maybe there's another answer. Ask them to come in now and listen to these wonderful bits of imaginative trivia. Did I hear one of the kids mention our old friend, the Lone Ranger? He was there and held us just as captivated as television's version. The Lone Ranger! With the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
Return to those golden days of yesteryear with Jack Benny as your narrative guide whenever you want, with your own copy of Great Moments in Radio. It's now just $4.95 from Van Cristo Radio Theater. Send your check or money order to Great Moments in Radio, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston, 02116. Your purchase not only brings you this intriguing, living record of radio history, but helps to keep Van Cristo Radio Theater on the air. Your check or money order for $4.95 to Great Moments in Radio, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston, 02116. Order today.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable John B. Keenan, Commissioner of Public Safety of the City of Newark, New Jersey, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Commissioner Keenan.
Thank you, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Suppose we begin tonight's case in the city of Newark, New Jersey, just a little over a year ago. It was 7:30 on a bright sunny morning when a big hulk of a man stepped as lightly as he could toward the door of his attic flat on Milford Avenue. He stopped when he reached it, listened for a moment, then took out his keys.
Mary Jo. Mary Jo.
Get out of here.
Hey, now, sweetheart, baby.
I told you to get out of here. The next one's going to hit you.
Baby, doll, now don't get your feathers up.
Leaving me sitting in a bar all night alone, practically, waiting for you to show up. I ought to scratch your eyes out.
I was working, baby.
I don't care what you were doing. You were supposed to meet me. I've never so embarrassed in all my life.
Baby, doll, it was a last-minute deal. We were sitting around, and Yak says, come on, fellas, I got just the thing for tonight.
Yak says this, Yak says that. Yakety, yakety, yakety.
Honest, Mary Jo, that's just the way it was. I couldn't get near a phone.
They got phones and airplanes nowadays, and you got nerve enough to tell me on dry land you can't get near a phone.
Baby, doll, look, how much dough did I have last night? $50, $100? Tops, $100. Well, look at this. Does this look like $100?
Blue, honey. Blue, that's a fortune.
You see? Didn't I tell you I was working? Where would I get all this scratch if I wasn't working?
Okay, I believe you. Come on, give.
Oh, Mary Jo.
Give, Blue.
Baby doll, a man's got to have money in his pocket.
Give.
Yeah, give. All I do around here is give. Here. But I had 100 to start, at least 100.
20, 40, 60, 80, 90, 100. There's your 100.
Thanks. I work all night, and what do I get for nothing?
I'm putting it away for a rainy day. You sure Yak gave you all that was coming to you?
What's the matter? Ain't that enough for you?
I don't trust that Yak, you know. And you're just stupid enough he could give you a short count.
Listen, Tony and me were right there when it was counted out. And who's stupid?
You are. You got a strong back, but a gimpy head. I'll bet you were looking out the window when Tony took the money out of the safe.
I was not. There wasn't no windows. The place was air-conditioned.
Yak and Tony are a couple of slick operators, Blue. You got to watch them.
Now, listen, nobody can put anything over on me. Now, look, baby doll, it was some job getting that safe open. I'm starved. Have you got a little breakfast laying around?
I have not.
Oh, baby doll.
You got your clothes on? Run down to the diner.
Look, make breakfast, and I got a present for you.
Yeah? What kind of a present?
Will you make breakfast?
Let's see the present.
All right. Here, I got 12 of them.
What's that? Counterfeit?
It is not. That's a good American $50.
Yeah?
Uh-huh.
Sounds okay.
Only Yak says they're worth $5 apiece.
Oh, who'd be crazy enough to give $5 for a 50-cent piece?
Yak says they're collector's items from the Columbus expedition. They didn't make very many of them, so they're worth $5 apiece. There was 36 of them in the safe. We each got 12.
All right. Let's have.
Will you make breakfast?
Let's have, Blue.
Yeah. Hey, baby doll. Tony says he's going to keep his good luck charms, he said.
Good luck charms? Oh, 50-cent piece is worth $5. That's a twist.
Well, maybe it's inflation or something.
Maybe. All right. Come on in the kitchen.
Thanks, baby doll. I'm starved. Really starved.
Lieutenant Flynn, Bandit Squad.
Hello, Lieutenant. Sergeant O'Byrne.
What did it look like, Tom?
Like a safe job ought to look. They pushed in a back door, went upstairs to the office, knocked the combination off the safe, jimmied it open, and got at the cash.
Uh-huh.
It was a pretty hefty box, Lieutenant. Must have taken them a good part of the night.
How much was in it?
Well, I haven't figured it up exactly yet. Somewhere around $1,400, $1,500.
All they took was the cash, huh?
Yep, all cash, Lieutenant. But there's one item of cash that might help us.
Oh, yeah? What's that?
Well, the office manager collects coins. He brought 36, Columbian Exposition commemorative $50 to the office the other day. Somebody wanted to buy them, so he stuck them in the safe. Well, they're missing with the rest of the cash.
Now, those $50 are a pretty rare item?
Rare enough, he says, especially 36 of them in one lot.
Yeah. That might help, Tom.
And the office manager's got a list of collectors and dealers and that sort of stuff.
Good. Bring it in. We'll get in touch with all those dealers and ask them to be on the lookout for a flock of those $50.
Now, listen, Yak, I can't ride around all night. I got to meet Mary Jo.
What are you worried about, Blue? Let her wait.
Let her wait. You don't know Mary Jo. Tell him, Tony. Tell him how she is.
What's the matter, Blue? You're big enough to handle that twist. Mary Jo, she gets sore. You apologize. You give her a kick in the face.
This guy's got no sympathy.
There it is, across the street.
You in the restaurant?
Yeah. The office is on the second floor.
Uh-huh.
My information is every night 2 big sacks of dough go upstairs and into the safe.
Yeah.
They take them to the bank in the morning.
Are you sure they ain't got no burglar alarm?
I'm positive.
Yeah? What makes you so positive, Jack?
Well, they figure they don't need it.
What do they figure? They're immune or something?
Why spend the dough for protection when there's a police station just down the block?
Yeah, but how do we get... Police station? Where?
Look down the street.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Don't you think the joint's just a little risky? Police station, it ain't 50 yards from the place.
And there's cops coming and going all night.
That safe is loaded.
Maybe so. But I want to know, can we make it?
I don't think we can make it. Not with the police station so close.
Listen, Blue, you just use the muscles, huh? Now, we'll have to work fast and quiet, but I think we'll be okay.
For when?
What's the matter with tonight? After the place closes?
Why not? I got it with me, my good luck charms.
Hey, fellas, not tonight. I promised Mary Jo a good time. She's getting all dressed up.
Have your good time some other night.
Guys.
Listen, Blue, wife or no wife, when we got a deal going, nothing interferes. We work good together. I don't want no outside influences influencing the operation. It's set for tonight. Well, we'll drive around town a while until they get the joint.
Why do you guys always make me trouble?
We'll stop someplace, Blue. Get the lady on the telephone. Tell her you're going to be busy.
Tell her I'm going to be busy.
Sure, Blue. Why should those two care? Have Jack and Tony got wives waiting someplace for them?
Now, baby doll,
Leaving me sitting and waiting again. Ooh, just wait till I see.
Listen, Mary Jo.
What's it have to be tonight for? There's 7 nights in a week. Why tonight?
Baby doll, Yak wants to do it tonight. Yak says there might be 10 grand in that safe. He thinks there's a good chance.
10 grand?
Yeah, Yak says so, maybe.
Well, Blue, maybe it wasn't such a good idea to go out tonight. I'm kind of sleepy anyway. We can make it tomorrow night.
Oh, that's good, baby doll.
But you be sure and see that those 2 monkeys don't give you a short count.
They won't.
And bring it all home. Every penny.
Okay, make it fast, Tony. Get in the doorway.
Yeah.
Now, let's get that door open.
I think maybe with the back door it would be safer, Yak.
Safer, maybe, but the front is easier. Go on, make snappy.
Yeah. I don't like working on the sidewalk practically either.
Get it under the lock.
I'm doing okay. Let me handle it. Okay, just a few.
Hold it.
What?
Couple of guys.
Cops?
I don't know. Stand close against the wall.
Yeah.
So I take my car down there. The guy looked it over, stopped the bottom under the hood. He examined the upholstery, and I asked him, wait a minute. Have you got a light? And I asked him how much will he give me in a trade. Thanks. So? Oh, he says 1,100. 1,100 I can back him. You know what the fuck is in the town? I can't let go for 1,100.
Didn't I tell you those $half, they was good luck, eh?
Get to work on the door.
You think they were cops?
What difference does it make? They walked by, didn't they? Get it open.
That police station, she's awful close.
You'll be inside if you don't get that door open.
Yeah, there it is.
Good, Tony. Go on, you get upstairs and start to look around. I'll go to the car and get Blue to bring the tool.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, this gang of safe burglars, led by the daring James Yak Denter, had broken into a darkened restaurant not 50 yards from Newark's 2nd Precinct Police Station. Before the night was over, a 500-pound safe gave them the fright of their lives.
Der Zauberlehrling. Hat der alte Hexenmeister sich doch einmal wegbegeben. Und nun sollen seine Geister auch nach...
When you're trying to do business with someone, it pays to speak their language. In fact, it pays so well that smart businessmen make sure their advertising agency talks the language of their customers.
Design guys. They have to be designed. Yes, that's basically what I'm looking for. And then the main problem is exactly how do we reach them? I mean, what will their...
Like if your customers are engineers, then you speak to them in engineering.
The product is good, and we want to know exactly how we're going to be able to market it. Now, you started customizing first in Seattle. Right? That's correct. What was the response demographically?
Or if they're in packaged goods, you speak to them in marketing.
We're talking about those wide-angle shots, right up from the heel, tight on the bell. Once come the up. Shirts, you know, the layouts that we had last week, baby. Let me get the name.
If they're hit, you hit them back. In spades.
At Van Christo Associates, we know the languages of doing business. We know who to talk to, how to reach them, what to tell them, and how to say it to sell it. Van Christo Associates, Advertising, Boston.
And now back to Gangbusters. And here again is tonight's narrator, Commissioner John B. Keenan.
Well, this gang of burglars found that breaking into a restaurant not 50 yards from a Newark, New Jersey police station was not so difficult as opening the safe upstairs on the second floor. They had been at it for nearly 2 hours and were still working hard.
All right, Blue. Tony's got it set in there. Lay on it with the sledge again.
Okay.
Again. Again.
Brother.
Hold it just a second.
Well, Tony, what do you say?
It don't budge, Yak.
Listen, Yak, maybe we ought to give it up. We're making plenty of noise here for 2 hours and with the cops right next door, practically.
How about it, Tony? Can you get it open or can't you?
With these tools? No.
I think we better get out of here.
That's a good idea, Yak.
We'll get out, but we'll take the safe with us.
Take it with us?
Sure, why not?
Oh, no, not me.
What's the matter? This thing should only weigh about 500 pounds. We carry out bigger boxes than this.
Yeah, but not down a flight of stairs like that, and not with the police department for neighbors.
I'm not passing up this kind of dough. We'll take the safe out with us. Tony, go turn the car around. Pull it up in front of the door downstairs.
Okay, yeah, right away.
Well, thank goodness this thing's on rollers anyway. That makes it a little easier. Come on, Blue, let's push it.
Yeah. Let me ask you something, Yak.
Yeah.
How are we going to get it down all those stairs?
We'll get it down.
Yeah? And the cops. Suppose some of them are walking to the station house or drive.
We'll be all right. Okay, hold it here. Now, let me figure this out.
You know, that's an awful big thing to get down those stairs, Yak.
Yeah, I know. We can't carry it down at the cinch.
Do you really think there's that much dough in there?
Yeah. What are you going to do with yours? Yeah, step at a time, I guess.
Oh, I don't know. Give it to Mary Jo, I guess.
You're kidding. Not all of it.
Yeah, she saves it for a rainy day, she says. She takes every penny. Listen, we ain't got all night. How are we going to get that safe downstairs?
I'll push it from the back. You support it.
I support it.
We'll let the wheels and back rest on each step, see?
Yeah.
You hold the front of it. I'll get front of it.
Okay. Push. I got a hold.
All right. Okay?
Yeah, but I don't know how long it'll be okay.
What are you worried? We only got 20 steps to go. Get set.
Okay, push.
All right.
I can't hold it.
Don't let it fall.
Grab it, help me.
Okay, don't get excited. Hold on.
I can't. Holy jump. Right out the front door.
Come on, Pat.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Let's get that thing downstairs.
We'll be here fast. It's sitting right out in the middle of the sidewalk.
Step right through the door, but watch your fire.
Yeah, watch.
Come on, Philo, hurry.
Get in the car. Let's get out of here.
The safe goes with us.
Yeah.
No problem. He lands on the wheels. Push it. Go on.
Let's go. Let's go.
Over the back, Joe.
Yeah.
All right. Three of us together. Left to right.
Up. Come on. It's no good. No good.
Tony, get the car and pull one with us.
Yeah, sure. Okay, come on.
All right. Lay on it.
All right. Come on, guys. Come on. Push him. That's it. A little more. Okay.
Let's go.
Here comes a couple of cops, I think. Walking.
Come on, get in.
Move free of those cops.
They're walking up on us, Jack.
Oh, brother.
What's the matter?
They're coming, Yak. They're coming. Get it started. Now, come on. Oh, wow.
Oh, Lieutenant. Hey, Tom. The bookkeeper upstairs just finished a preliminary count on what was in the safe.
How much?
A little over 6,000.
What a haul.
Yeah, not bad for a night's work.
Any sign of fingerprints up there?
No, not a thing. Nothing except the tools.
They won't help us much. The safe must have come down those stairs with some force. That's how it knocked the door frame clean out.
Yeah.
Must have sounded like an earthquake.
That's going to give us a little trouble, Tom. I know the papers. They're going to play up how close this thing was to the precinct house.
These guys just had a lucky break. I bet there's a squad car or a couple of patrolmen pass this door on foot every 5 minutes all night long.
That's not going to be any answer. The only answer will be to get them. Come on upstairs. I want another look at those tools they left.
Who is it? Blue?
No, it's Jack. Open up.
All right. Hello.
Where's Blue, Mary Jo?
Out someplace.
That's too bad, isn't it?
It's not so bad.
No?
Sit down, Yak, and wait.
Why not?
Do you want something to drink?
Yeah. It's not a bad idea.
What?
We got a glass of milk?
Milk?
Yeah.
Oh, now you're kidding. I got rye, gin, beer.
I like milk.
Okay. You like milk?
Wait a minute. I'll go to the kitchen with you. What time did Blue say he'd be back?
He didn't say.
Oh, here. Let me.
Oh, much obliged.
It's all right.
You know, I could wait 4 years for Blue to open the door for me. Well, how do you like that? We have got milk. You sure now?
Positive.
4 years I could wait.
Blue's not very bright, is he?
Well, no. But he's generous.
Yeah, so he tells me. Yeah, it's good and cold.
Blue is a very nice type of man to have around. Everything I want, I get.
I know. He told me he gave you the whole 2,000 from the restaurant deal.
I'm saving it for a rainy day. Most everything he earns, I'm saving for a rainy day.
His rainy day, yours.
I don't understand.
I mean, are you waiting to get all you can from Blue and then fly someplace?
That's an insult.
What do I care what's between you and him?
All right. Yeah. I'm waiting to get all I can. Don't you think I earned it?
Maybe you did, Mary Jo.
I'll say I did. Now, what's the real reason you're here?
To see Blue?
Is that so? Blue told me you sent him downtown for something.
Is that so?
You bet that's so.
You know, you're a pretty cute kid.
Do you really think so?
I said so, didn't I?
You want some more milk?
No. No, thanks. And I'm a limit. Oh, before I forget it, when Blue gets back, tell him we got a little deal on tonight. Tell him to meet Tony and me at the usual place. Call from the booth there, Mary Jo.
Thanks. Oh, I could kill him. Murder him. But murder him. What is it, Blue?
Listen, Mary Jo.
Don't you know this is Saturday night and I'm in a tavern trying to have a good time because you don't have the decency to take your own wife out like a gentleman?
But, Mary Jo.
So what's the idea of disturbing me?
Now, listen, baby doll. We were out on the job. Tony stuck his hand through a window in the alley trying to get in the supermarket. He cut himself pretty bad.
So, what do you want me to do about it? Take him to a doctor.
Well, Yak says he can't go to a doctor. Yak wants you to fix Tony up.
Oh. Oh, he does, huh?
Yeah, baby doll. Will you, please?
All right. Bring him to the flat. I'll meet you there.
Oh, Mary Jo, that's great. I'll never forget this.
Okay, bring him to the flat before he dies.
Get me one more drink, will you, Blue?
Hold still there, Tony. How do you expect me to get you bandaged up if you're squirming? Tell him to hold still, Yak.
Okay, I hold still.
It don't look as bad as I thought, Tony.
Don't look good to me.
What do you know?
I wouldn't have cut myself this way except my good luck charms. I lose them someplace.
Those $5 half dollars, huh? Well, there you are. As good as new.
Now could I have one more drink?
Yeah, if...
I'll get it. I could use one myself. Anybody else?
I'll go with you. Have a glass of milk.
Sure, Yak. We're loaded with milk. Help yourself.
Thanks. Say, Mary Jo.
Yeah?
You think you can get away from Blue for a while tomorrow afternoon?
I don't know. Why?
Oh, no reason. I just thought you'd like to do a little Sunday driving with me.
Why, Yak, I'd love it.
Okay. Take you up that through, Klein.
Lieutenant Flynn.
Hello, Lieutenant. Sergeant Tom O'Byrne.
Yeah, Tom?
Listen, maybe we got a break. The 3rd Precinct Desk Sergeant just called me. A kid walked into the station house with 12 of those Columbia Exposition $half.
Where'd he get them?
Well, he was on his way to Sunday school and found them in an alley behind a supermarket out there. They were all in a little chamois bag.
Behind a supermarket?
That's what the kid said.
Was the supermarket broken into last night?
Oh, we got no report of it, Lieutenant. They're not open today.
Well, meet me down at the garage. We'll run out there and take a look around. Right now.
Okay, Mary Jo. We can get rolling again.
Well, this has certainly been a fine Sunday afternoon ride. I thought you were going to take me out in the country for dinner or someplace.
I like to ride around in town, Mary Jo.
And what was the idea of stopping here and getting out for a walk around the grocery store and leaving me sit in the car?
I had to look at something in back of the supermarket.
What kind of a good time do you call that? And all the trouble I went through to get away from Blue.
I'll tell you what, Mary Jo. I'll take it back to him right now.
Oh, now you're going to do me a favor.
No. I'm going to do Blue a favor.
Well, this supermarket won't be no trouble now. We did most of the work last night.
Yeah, Tony, and I found some of yours right under the window here this afternoon. Yeah.
My lucky charms. I must have dropped them last night.
Come on, guys, let's get inside. What are we standing here talk?
Okay. Here you go up, Tony. Post them up, Blue.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you get through?
Yeah, I succeed.
We'll go around front. Open the door for us. Come on, Blue.
Yeah. Just sure smart, Yak, riding by here this afternoon with Mary Jo and taking a look.
The neighborhood's empty on Sunday. There's a good chance nobody even found what we did last night, so I thought I'd say.
Yeah, that is smart. I thought all that work last night was down the drain.
Nothing's ever down the drain with me, Blue. And, I want to give you a piece of advice.
Yeah? What?
I've been learning a few things about Mary Jo.
Yeah? Ain't she a sweet kid?
Like I said, we're a good combination. I don't want anything to happen to her.
Oh, nothing will.
Get all your dough back from Mary Jo, then throw her out.
Throw her out? But, Yak...
She's fixing to leave you, so you might as well beat it to the draw. All right, Tony. Come on.
Listen, Yak, what are you talking
Just do what I tell you.
Yeah, but
Go on, get in.
Welcome, gentlemen. All right, get him up, both of you.
No, not me, you don't.
He's got a gun.
Okay, here it is. Here's the gun. Don't shoot.
The next one will be right at you. Now, all of you, keep them up.
Okay, I'm through, believe me.
You're through, all right. Now, go on. Get over against that wall with your partner, both of you.
Go on. Move.
Against the wall. Go on. Well, Gangbusters listeners, Newark detectives, after discovering evidence of an attempted burglary, reasoned the safecrackers might return to finish the job. So they planted the Colombian $half where they were left and waited for the burglars to show up again. James Yak Denta received a maximum sentence of 28 years, and Tony Palumbo 21 years in New Jersey State Prison. Their accomplices received lesser terms.
Thank you, Commissioner John B. Keenan, for this most interesting case history. And Gangbusters, congratulations to all the officers of the Newark Police Department who participated in the investigation leading to the arrests and convictions.
Well, it's time for our Radio Buff contest of the week now. We're going to ask you a question about old-time radio, and if you have the answer, you just send in your answer to Radio Buff, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston, 02116. Last week's question concerned the theme of a program concerning a United States woman senator who had succeeded her husband, believed lost in the war. The theme was, of course, Claire de Lune, and our winner, drawn from all correct entries, Mr. Alan Teed of Salem Street in Rockland, Massachusetts. Mr. Teed will soon be receiving his copy of Orson Welles' production of The War of the Worlds. Now, for your chance to win a copy of this famed production, listen closely. A daily adventure series about newlyweds ran into trouble when they had a radio child who proved unpopular. A heartrending death sequence wrote the child out of the series. Edith Davis and Les Tremaine played the couple, and this music was the theme of the program. Will you please tell us the name of this music? Can you identify that theme? If you can, mail your answer before this Tuesday midnight to Radio Buff, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston 02116. One winner will be drawn from all correct entries. The judge's decision is final, so mail your answer now. Tell us the name of that theme. Mail it to Radio Buff, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston 02116.
Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Nurse and directed by William Sweets, with Ann Thomas and Ralph Bell in leading roles. Roger Foster speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
And it comes to you every Sunday night at 8 o'clock on the Van Cristo Radio Theater on WCRB.
Proudly we hail. From New York City, where the American stage begins, here is another program with a cast of outstanding players, featuring Norman Rose as the narrator and Lawson Zerby as James Andrews. Public service time has been made available by the station for your Army and Air Force to bring this story, as proudly we hail the Medal of Honor. Our story is entitled Medal of Honor, a salute to the highest military award for bravery which the United States of America can give. Our first act curtain will rise after this important message, an important message for the young men of our country. If you think you can hold down a man's job, there's a man's job waiting for you in your country's rapidly expanding United States Army. Go to your nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station and get all the facts today.
The Medal of Honor. When a man wins this symbol of bronze wreathed in green enamel and held by a white-starred ribbon of blue silk, he has found a place in history as one of America's most gallant heroes. But it was not always so, for the Medal of Honor has had a stormy career. The idea for the Medal of Honor was advanced nearly a century ago, back in 1861. But the committee rooms in Congress heard months of heated arguments before the idea was finally adopted.
Gentlemen, if you please. I know that's become a controversial subject here in Washington. I'd hope we might discuss the matter quietly. That's better.
General Townsend, it's utterly preposterous to give an American soldier a medal. He doesn't fight for a trinket to put on his uniform. He fights for his country.
A medal's more than a trinket, Mr. Congressman. An indication that a man's country appreciates his extraordinary gallantry.
How about the certificate of merit? We've had that for the last 15 years. Isn't that sufficient appreciation?
The certificate of merit was a step in the right direction, yes. But it's only a document, a piece of paper. The soldier doesn't wear a piece of paper on his uniform so he can tell everybody, read this, it says I'm a hero. But because the soldier doesn't like to talk about his honor, let's supply him with a token of that honor which he can wear without words.
General Townsend, we have already given promotions in rank to our heroes and more money. Isn't that enough of a token?
Sir, if you look all through history, you'll never find a soldier who has any objection to more money. But when promotions are handed out the way they've been handed out lately, an increase in rank means absolutely nothing. Sorry, gentlemen, if I seem to describe present company too accurately.
General Townsend, I hope you don't think you have a new idea here with your Medal of Honor. It seems to me I recall that George Washington gave out a medal called the Purple Heart. Isn't that so?
The Purple Heart was given out only 3 times, Senator. And that was 75 years ago.
Well, what about the Andre medal?
Again, only 3 times. That was 85 years ago. Before that, there was a special medal to George Washington, another one to Light Horse Harry Lee, one to General Horatio Gates. It was so big he couldn't wear it. And that's all.
Been doing a little research, haven't you, General?
Yes, I've been doing a little research. I've been doing a lot of observing.
How's that?
As you know, several officers from the European armies have come over here, offer their services to our government in this national crisis.
Yes?
Well, in almost every case, they display some very fine-looking European medals on their chests. And I've noticed that our young aspirants to military glory are pretty envious.
General, if European soldiers wear medals, that's just one more reason why Americans should not wear medals. Seems to me the idea for which we fought in the Revolution was to make a complete break with Europe and all its titles and trappings and its pomp and circumstance. Why, I say you
maybe we never did break with all the European ideas and institutions. I say if monarchies developed medals which their soldiers wore with pride while serving the monarchy, maybe we should borrow a page from their book. Develop a medal which our soldiers can wear with pride while serving democracy.
General Johnson.
Yes, Mrs. Dupre.
Winfield Scott does not agree with you. I know because I just talked to him. But I agree with you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dupre. Maybe we're unwise in disagreeing with the General-in-Chief of the Army.
I do not think we are unwise at all. Because I happen to know how deeply honored the soldiers of Napoleon felt when he awarded them the Legion of Honor. Mostly, I think, because they knew it was not just an award for generals. Soldiers of any rank could win it.
That's the way it must be with America's Medal of Honor, Mrs. Dupre. It must be given to the man who is highest in bravery, although he may be lowest in rank. I say this because I know that when all other defenses of a government fail, that government's survival depends on the lengths of personal bravery which the men in uniform are willing to go in order to save it from destruction.
A few months later, the Medal of Honor found another champion. On the 17th of February, 1862, Senator Henry Wilson of Massachusetts spoke from the floor of the Senate.
And therefore, my resolution provides for the presentation of medals of honor to the men of the Army and volunteer forces who shall most distinguish themselves by their gallantry in action and other soldier-like qualities. Thank you.
Senator Wilson?
Yes?
There's the Secretary of War sitting in the rear of the Senate. He'd like to speak with you.
Oh, thank you. Pardon me, gentlemen. Pardon me. Now, where's the Secretary? Oh, yes.
Good afternoon, Senator Wilson.
How do you do?
I think your resolution is a very good one.
Thank you, Secretary Stanton.
And I think you should be especially interested in these designs.
What are these?
Designs for the new Navy medals. They were sent to me by James Pollock, director of the Mint in Philadelphia. His letter says that this design would also be suitable for an Army medal.
By George, he's right. Now, this anchor here, the Navy, could be easily changed to, say, an eagle standing on 2 cross cannon for the Army.
That's right.
Who designed these?
A Frenchman with a German name, Schussel. And the dies will be made by a German with a French name, Paquet.
Well, that's typical of America.
Yes, it was typical of America, because generation after generation, our great strength has always come from our mixing of the talents from many nations. Well, President Lincoln made the resolution a law in July. Secretary Stanton ordered 2,000 medals in November, and by 1863, the United States Army at last had a Medal of Honor. Next, everybody wondered who would be the first to win it. Obviously, the heroic exploits in the then-current conflict were uppermost in people's minds, and new and exciting incidents were described in each day's newspaper. The most daring of these escapades was hatched in the mind of a civilian secret agent named James J. Andrews. For 4 months, he'd been planning out the details of his adventure, and when everything was ready, he went to an army camp near Shelbyville, Tennessee, and called for volunteers.
May I have your attention, please? I'm James J. Andrews. 21 of you have answered my call for volunteers. I told you the mission was extremely dangerous. It is. My plan is to sabotage the Western and Atlantic Railroad. Now, please, attention, please. Now, as you can see on this map, the railroad runs from Marietta, Georgia, up here to Chattanooga, Tennessee. And it's a vital supply line for the Confederate forces in Tennessee. Now, if we can tear the railroad apart to any effective degree, the state of Tennessee will be isolated from its southern supply base, and General Mitchell can move in from here and take Chattanooga. Is that clear? The idea is clear, Andrews, but how do we do it? What's your name? Parrott. Jacob Parrott. You sure you want to do this? Yes, sir. All right. On the night of April 7th, all of you will disguise yourselves as civilians and go to Chattanooga. One at a time and not in groups. Is that clear? Then you'll get on a train and go down to Marietta, Georgia. You'll arrive there April the 11th. The next day, you'll go back to the station. One at a time. And buy tickets on the northbound train. Buy tickets from Marietta to Big Shanty. Why Big Shanty? There's no telegraph office there. They won't be able. Then why don't we get off at Big Shanty on the way down? Because we're taking over that train. And when we take it over, I want it to be headed north. Next stop, Big Shanty. Big Shanty next. This train will stop in Big Shanty. 20 minutes for breakfast. Big Shanty. All right, Parrott. Now, this is it. You pass the word along. The passengers and the trainmen will get off on the right side of the train. We get off on the left. Walk up the gravel path to the baggage car, up at the head of the train, and take over. Is that clear? Yes, sir. All right. Now tell the others. I'll meet you in the engine cab. Quiet, Spencer.
I can't help it, Andrew. Gravel.
All right. Here's the baggage car. Parrott, keep the big doors unlocked on this side.
Looks like it. Wait till I see if it'll slide open.
Make it slow and not so noisy.
Yeah.
All right, that's far enough. Now, Parrott, you and Bensinger give these fellows a lift. Put most of the men in the baggage car, and then a few of you can take over the engine. I'll be back in a minute.
Yes, sir. All right. Off you go. Next. All right, next. Here, you two help the rest of them get in the car. Bensinger, let's take over the cab. Come on. All right, come on, Philo. Let's go. Maybe the engineer and the fireman aren't out of the cab yet. I'm sure they'll be out. I want to eat breakfast, too. Hope you're right. Okay, climb up. I'll give you a push. Now give me your hand and pull me up. All right.
Hey, what's going on here? Who are you?
We thought you'd done a breakfast.
What are you doing in my cab?
We'll show you what we're doing. Take care of the fireman, Bensinger.
I got him. Get out of here, will you?
Sorry, but you're the one who's getting out. Need any help, Bensinger?
No, I think I'm doing all right.
Yeah, we better heave them both out of the cab.
Right.
Here, give me a hand. That's one of them. Come on, you're next. That's two.
We better get out of here in a hurry.
Yeah, you ready on the throttle?
Yeah, I'm ready. How about the bell rope?
Buffum was supposed to cut that.
All right, then, let's get out of here.
Can't get away for Andrews.
Where'd he go?
Up ahead to make sure the switch is open. Oh, here he comes now.
Hey, Parrott, give me a hand.
Pull me up, will you? All right. Hey, thank you.
Switch open.
past Calhoun. Back on it.
Well, it's hard to tell. I'd say about 2 miles. It looks to me like they're getting closer all the time.
Listen, Parrott.
Yes, sir?
Take some more of the men back there with you. Uncouple the last passenger car and let it go. When they run into that, stop them.
Yes?
But if it doesn't stop them, uncouple another car. We've got to stop that Confederate train.
Lawson Zerby, featured in the role of James Andrews in the Proudly We Hail production Medal of Honor, will return. You young men of America know that the United States Army has been expanding. However, that expansion must continue, and your help is needed. It's needed right now. You yourself can get ahead in the Army because there are many opportunities for advancement if you have initiative, courage, and leadership abilities. So visit your local United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station and enlist in the United States Army today. You are listening to Proudly We Hail. And now we present the second act of Medal of Honor.
As the stolen engine roars north toward Chattanooga, Secret Agent Andrews hurries through the swaying wooden cars toward the rear of the train.
I thought Andrews was coming back here.
All right, Buffalo. I said I'd be here, and I'm here.
Oh, good.
Can't be on both ends of the train at the same time.
Well, right now, Andrews, the rear end is the most important end. What there's left of the rear end?
How many cars have you dropped off, Parrott?
3.
You any good?
No. Just slow down, pick them up, keep coming. See him back there? I'd say they're about 1.5 miles away.
Yeah.
That engine is pushing 3 of our passenger cars, and it's still going faster than we are.
Now, wait a minute. Now, let's see. This is our last passenger car, isn't it?
Yeah?
All right. Come up ahead with me.
What for?
Come on, I'll tell you on the way. First, get everybody into the baggage car. Come on, hurry up.
All right.
All right, everybody in?
Yep. Now what?
Uncouple that last passenger car.
Help me with this, Buffum. Yeah. Got it there? Yeah.
There she goes. That's it. That'll slow them down for a minute or two. Now then, remember we piled up some cross ties here in the baggage car?
Yeah?
All right. Throw half of them out on the track, one at a time.
Half of them?
That's right. And the other half, pile them right here in the middle of the baggage car. No, not that way. Like this, like an Indian teepee.
Well, what's that for?
That way. Let car loose and try to let go of it, so it'll finally stop right in the middle of that bridge.
I don't know whether we can hang on to the car that long, Andrews. The whole thing's about to burst into flames.
I told you to get into the engine, Parrott.
Yes, sir.
Now, I know the whole thing's about to burst into flames, but we've got to hang on to that baggage car until we get to the bridge. Hey, look at that. They're pushing the blazing baggage car across the bridge without even stopping.
Wait a minute. They got across all right, but they are stopping. Somebody's running ahead of the train.
I was afraid of that.
Afraid of what?
We passed the siding back there, and this means they'll dump all of our cars on the siding and come after us, faster than ever. Fensinger, can't this engine go any faster? We're not pulling any cars.
Sure, we could go faster, all right,
But what?
but we're out of fuel.
Can we make it to Gravesville?
I don't think so. Seems goes up pretty fast.
All right, men, this is as far as we go. Now, you better scatter into the woods and try to keep out of sight. I'm afraid they'll be looking for us in a very few minutes.
Within the next few days, Andrews and all of his 21 volunteers were captured. Andrews and 7 more were court-martialed, condemned, and executed. The other 14 were... They were sitting
beg your pardon, but I have an appointment with the Secretary of War. Shall I go in now?
I'm afraid not, General. Secretary Stanton has informed me that all appointments must wait.
But this is a matter which
I'm sorry, General. Those are the Secretary's orders. Oh, here's the Secretary now. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Miss Browning. She's right, General. I'll have to see you later. Come in, gentlemen, and close the door. Gentlemen, this is the Secretary of the Treasury, Simon P. Chase. And this is the Vice President, Andrew Johnson. Now then, Private Jacob Parrott. Yes, sir. I know that all of you men have been through a very harrowing experience. We regret that this happened to you. And we realize that your suffering came as a direct result of your voluntary desire to serve your country. So, gentlemen, at last your country has devised a way of showing its appreciation to men such as you. And you 6 men will have the distinction of being the first to receive this token of your country's appreciation. So, as authorized by the recent act of the Congress of the United States, and in recognition of the fine courage you displayed in the service of your country, I now present you with the first of its kind, Private Jacob Parrott, the Medal of Honor.
Thank you, sir.
And by the way, gentlemen, after all of you have received your medals, President Lincoln would like to see you in the White House.
During the following months, medals were awarded to the rest of the Andrews Volunteers, and the country was proud of its newest popular heroes. But during the next 15 years, the Medal of Honor was to become almost too popular. Non-military organizations began to wear imitations of it as membership badges. Chambers of Commerce authorized special medals for all the soldiers who came from their cities. Generals ordered decorations for whole companies of their men. And eventually, the Civil War veterans themselves began submitting requests by the hundreds for official medals of honor, making their claims years after the war and with no sound documentation that the heroic deed was ever performed. Finally, in 1876, Brigadier General Alfred A. Terry sputtered and exploded.
I hereby disapprove the following recommendations for medals, and am returning the entire list for revision. Looks to me as if the company commanders have recommended every man who behaved ordinarily well. In my opinion, medals of honor are not intended for good conduct, but for conspicuous acts of gallantry.
In 1897, Secretary of War R.A. Alger ruled out the undeserving by saying,
"We require incontestable evidence of the deed, with the testimony of eyewitnesses, under oath."
And in 1904, Brigadier General George L. Gillespie protected the medal in another way.
Because the Medal of Honor has been so often imitated, we have now officially changed its design. Today I patented that design under serial number 197369, and I shall transfer this patent to the Secretary of War of the United States of America and his successors.
Then, in 1917, the War Department appointed a board of investigation to ascertain whether any medals of honor had been awarded for any cause other than distinguished conduct involving actual conflict with an enemy. As a result of this investigation of the 2,625 medals which had been awarded up to this time, 911 names were stricken from the list. This was a radical move, but it returned the nation's highest military award to the position it was meant to hold. Decorations such as the Distinguished Service Cross, Distinguished Service Medal, Silver Star, and others were now created to honor the various degrees of courage and heroism. But the Medal of Honor was at last restored to its proper place at the top of America's pyramid of honor.
The Medal of Honor is to be awarded only to an officer or enlisted man of the armed forces who shall, in actual conflict with an enemy, distinguish himself conspicuously by gallantry and intrepidity at risk of his life, above and beyond the call of duty.
But who can say that every hero who has deserved the Medal of Honor has received one? Men who lay down their lives for their country cannot tell a board of review just what it was they did before they died. And units that are wiped out in battle cannot provide eyewitnesses to initiate recommendations for awards.
No. The most that can be said is that the Army has made certain that the medal will not be awarded to those who do not deserve it. And thus the Army guarantees that the medal will not be cheapened, and that the deeds of those who have won the medal will not be forgotten.
But neither the Army nor any power on earth can be certain that it knows of all the men who have deserved the medal.
That is why the Medal of Honor is pinned to the flag which drapes the coffin of the unknown soldier, Arlington National Cemetery.
Our thanks to Norman Rose as narrator and to Lawson Zerby for a fine performance as James Andrews. Here's a special message for the young men of our country. The United States Army, the senior service of our armed forces, is expanding rapidly and needs your help. By enlisting in the United States Army, you'll not only get the finest training in the world, but you'll have the special pride that goes with wearing a United States Army uniform. If you have the qualifications, the Army will train you in such interesting career fields as radio, radar, electronics, mechanics, meteorology, and many others. Why not get full details by visiting your local United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station today? This has been another program on Proudly We Hail, presented transcribed in cooperation with this station by the United States Army and United States Air Force Recruiting Service. This program featured Lawson Zerby and Norman Rose. This is Kenneth Banghart speaking and inviting you to tune in the same station next week for another interesting story on Proudly We Hail.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by short wave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting story about his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And we'd also like to tell you something you really ought to know. The fact that the one sure way to make good food taste better is to try that good food together with a glass of good Petri wine. Did you ever try Petri wine with dinner? No kidding, that's one bandwagon you sure want to hop on. Take, for instance, a deep red, hearty Petri California Burgundy. Wait till you taste that Petri Burgundy with, let's say, a delicious old-fashioned beef stew. Or maybe try a glass with spaghetti. I'm telling you, when you add the luscious flavor of that Petri Burgundy to the flavor of your favorite foods, you're really living. You're finding out for the first time what good eating really means, on the level. So better keep a bottle of that Petri Burgundy right on the dining room table. And never forget, the best friend a good meal ever had is a glass of Petri wine. And now for our weekly visit with the good Dr. Watson. May I come in, Doctor?
No, Mr. Bartell. You know me better than that. Of course you can come in. I'm expecting you.
I always look forward to these Monday evenings together, you know.
Me too, Doctor. In fact, I always say this is the one doctor's appointment that never scares me.
Oh, that's very nice of you, my boy. Draw up your chair and make yourself comfortable.
Thanks. And what prescription do you have in mind for us tonight, Doctor?
Well, now, let me see. Take one measure of subterranean peril, one of aristocratic lady in distress, a sprinkling of assorted villains, a corpse or two, and a little more than a dash of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Shake the mixture well, and you have the case of the out-of-date murder.
Well, how did the adventure begin, Doctor?
Exactly enough. It was in September of 1900. I remember that Holmes and I went to Eastbourne for a much-needed rest. First couple of days we spent in soothing idleness. On the morning of the third day, Holmes, a dash of colour back in his cheek and a hint of the old sparkle in his eye, suggested that we should go and call on his good friend Evan Whitnell, curator of a nearby museum. And so, just after lunch on that September day, found the two of us talking to Professor Evan Whitnell in his private office at the museum. It only seems yesterday. Holmes...
But all your recent discoveries in this part of England have made you world famous instead of just nationally famous. My congratulations.
Professor, I do wish you'd tell me about your discoveries.
Oh, with pleasure, Dr. Watson. Less than 2 months ago, I was excavating on the downlands in this neighborhood when I was fortunate enough to discover a number of underground caves. Caves saturated with a heavy deposit of lime that gave clear evidence of having the property of rapidly mummifying any flesh, human or animal, deposited in them.
Good gracious me. Interesting. And what treasures have you unearthed, Professor?
Well, a number of mummified specimens of animals clearly belonging to bygone eras. My prized specimen is the body of a large wolfhound. The inscription on its collar identified the animal as having belonged to some local squire in the year 1748.
Amazing. I didn't know that limestone had such qualities of preservation.
Come in. Yes, Alan? What is it?
Lady Clavering, Professor. She asked me to tell you that she was in the museum.
Oh, yes, sir. Show her up here, will you, Alan?
Very good, sir.
Yes, I'm most anxious for you both to meet her. And she, in turn, is even more anxious to meet you. Now, I dined with her last night, and when I told her that you were coming here today, she insisted on meeting you.
Oh, Whitnell, you scoundrel. There's a twinkle in your eye. I suspect that Lady Clavering is here to consult me in my professional capacity, and that you engineered the meeting.
Well, perhaps I might have dropped a hint.
No, I warn you, Professor, Holmes can't become involved with another case. He's completely run down.
Well, don't worry, Doctor. All that Lady Clavering requires is a little advice.
Advice? Oh, that's a different matter altogether.
Yes, sir. I knew you wouldn't mind, Holmes. Helena, my dear, there you are. Come along in. Thank you, Alan. Allow me to introduce Lady Clavering, Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do,
How are you, gentlemen?
Now, there you are, my dear. Sit down here. I may as well tell you, Helena, that our little plot has already been discovered.
Oh, dear. And I was just getting ready to exert all my feminine wiles in an attempt to persuade you to help me, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, I'm certain that he found you utterly irresistible, my dear Lady Clavering.
You flatter me, Doctor.
No, I mean it.
The professor tells me that you're in need of a little advice, Lady Clavering.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I'll put my question simply. 5 years ago, my husband, Sir George Clavering, left me.
Left you? Gracious me, how stupid of him.
I haven't seen or heard tell of him since. I now wish to remarry. But of course I couldn't do that without having my husband declared legally dead.
My dear Lady Clavering, I can't help feeling that a lawyer is the proper man to consult, not a detective.
Perhaps you're suggesting that there was foul play in connection with your husband's disappearance.
Oh, no, Dr. Watson. The Claverings are a strange family, self-willed and headstrong. George and I were not happy together. I think he disappeared deliberately.
You reported his disappearance to the police, of course.
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. But they've never been able to trace him.
This kind of thing has happened in the family before, Holmes. Tell them about Sir Nigel, Helena.
Well, he was one of my husband's ancestors. He walked out one day in 1777 and was never seen again.
Extraordinary family, always disappearing.
George knew of the legend. He often threatened to do the same thing himself.
But your problem, Lady Clavering, is not that of your husband's fate, but rather of your own freedom.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Well, I'm afraid my advice can be of little consolation to you. The law has specified a number of years that must elapse before anyone disappearing can be declared legally dead. I would suggest that you possess your soul in patience until that period has elapsed.
Oh, dear.
And I was hoping you'd be able to think of some terribly clever way of getting round the law, Mr. Holmes.
Lady Clavering, sometimes perhaps my methods may be unorthodox, but I assure you that getting around the law, as you put it, is a procedure I do not indulge in.
Oh, dear me, now I've offended you, Mr. Holmes. And it's the last thing on earth I meant to do, I assure you.
My friend's a little touchy about matters concerning his professional honor, you know, Lady Clavering.
Oh, nonsense, my dear Watson. I'm not touchy and I'm not offended. And now, may I suggest we all examine the professor's latest treasures, and after that, perhaps he'll take us for a stroll on the downs. I'm most anxious to examine those lime pits of his.
The lime pits are about a mile from here. It's a nice walk across the cliff tops.
I'm sorry Lady Clavering didn't want to come with us. She's a charming woman, even though she did rub you up the wrong way.
A beautiful woman, Watson, but I must confess her charm eludes me. Her lack of concern about her husband's fate seemed completely unnatural.
Yeah, not if you'd known her husband, Sir George Clavering. He was a tyrant and a bully, both in his home life and in the village.
Hello? Who's this coming towards us?
It's Timmy. Daft Timmy, they call him in these parts. He isn't quite right in the head, poor fellow, but he's perfectly harmless. Has two passions in life, birds and bonfires. Hello, Timmy.
I've got something beautiful to show you. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Well, what is it, Timmy?
Look, it's in my cap. See? Oh, isn't it lovely?
Robin's egg.
I found it when I was bird nesting. Did you ever see such a blue egg?
It's a beauty, Timmy. Where did you find it, my boy?
Down by the lime pits. Oh, I'm going to build a lovely fire on the downs tonight. I'll let you come and watch it if you give me a shilling.
Now, you be careful, Timmy, or you'll be in trouble again.
Timmy doesn't get in trouble anymore now. Not since he had Sir George carried away.
Sir George Clavering used to whip Timmy when he found him on the land.
Timmy, tell me, how did you have Sir George, as you put it, carried away?
I told my birds about him. I told them how he used to beat poor Timmy, and they said they'd carry him off and drop him over the cliffs. and that's what they did, because he never came back again.
Oh, Lord, here comes Harry, Sir George's brother. Now there'll be trouble. Timmy, you'd better run.
No, Timmy can't run. He'll break his pretty blue egg.
Timmy, get off my land. If I catch you here again, I'll take my riding crop to you.
Timmy hasn't done anything.
Go on, be off with you, do you hear?
I'll tell my birds about you. That's what I'll do. Oh, don't forget my bonfire.
Infernal scoundrel. Hello, Whitnell.
Oh, hello, Harry. Have you met Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson?
Oh, Sherlock Holmes, the professional nosy Parker, eh? Yes, Helena was just telling me about you. I'm very angry with her for talking to you about my brother. Private affair, and I intend it shall remain one. You understand, Holmes?
Oh, upon my soul.
The devil with your brother, sir. And with you. I'd advise you to remember that you're not addressing a half-witted villager who can't defend himself.
If you know what's good for you, you'll do what I say.
Impertinent brute. He spoke to you as if you were a stable boy, Holmes.
Oh, really? He was quite refreshing. I'm reminded of an apposite quotation of my young friend James Elroy Flecker. Thine impudence have a monstrous beauty, likened to the hindquarters of an elephant.
Yeah, he's almost as much disliked as his brother before him.
Tell me, does he succeed to the title when his brother is declared legally dead?
Oh, yes, and what's more, he's Helena's unofficial fiancé, worse luck.
I see. Personally, I'm beginning to get a trifle bored with the affairs of the Clavering family. Let's go on to the lime cake, shall we?
These caves are amazing. They must be 50 feet below the level of the ground, aren't they, Whitnell?
Well, more than that, I should say.
Rock formation is most unusual, a series of caves connected by a veritable honeycomb of tunneling.
Yes. I think I'll light the lantern now. It's pretty dark in here, and I haven't explored this particular cave before. Since I've had a wall cave in on me a couple of times, so you'd better watch where you're walking. There. Now we can see better. Let's go deeper, shall we? But do watch your step.
It's eerie down here, isn't it?
Hello. Oh, what's this in the crevice here?
Looks like a mummified bird of some kind.
It is. A beautiful specimen, judging by its markings. A black streak here and bars of white in the throat. I'd say it was a peregrine.
That's exactly what it is, a falcon. Dating back a couple of 100 years, I should say. And in a perfect state of preservation. Oh, this is a treasure, but... come on, let's explore deeper.
Seems to be another cave over here. If you'll hold the lantern up a little, I'll... Oh, I say. Good Lordy. The whole wall's collapsed.
Watson, you're not hurt, are you?
No, Holmes. I'm all right.
Why, you've unearthed another cave, Dr. Watson. Let's go in. I think we can just manage to crawl through.
Great God, I don't believe my eyes.
Magnificent. Whitnall, this is a treasure indeed. A perfectly preserved body dressed in 18th century costume, powdered wig and all.
Yes, and there's no mistaking who it is. Look at that typical beak profile. It's a Clavering, and it isn't hard to identify which one.
You mean the one that Lady Helena told us about this afternoon?
Exactly. Without doubt, this is the body of Sir Nigel Clavering, who disappeared in 1777. Let's search his pockets. We might find some identification. Yes, here's a snuff box of the period, and some coins.
Yes, the inscription of George III is still visible on them. Hello, here's his diary. This is unbelievable. What are you up to, Holmes?
We're examining the body, Watson. This man was murdered.
Murdered?
With this wound just above the heart. Obviously inflicted with a sharp instrument, probably a dagger. This is interesting. An entirely new experience for me. The opportunity of solving an unsuspected murder committed well over 100 years ago. Glance through that diary, Watson, will you, old chap? Let's see if the devil suspected his fate.
Rather hard to read. All the S's look like F's.
Familiarity of the 18th century writing.
They are paying, I suppose it means saying, they are paying in the coffee houses that my brother Harry hath been coveting my wife.
But this is amazing, Holmes. See how history repeats itself. It's an exact parallel of the situation existing today. Harry is coveting his brother's wife, Helena, and Sir George has not been seen for 5 years.
What an extraordinary coincidence.
If it were one. As it is, it's one of the most ingenious frauds I've ever seen. The clothing appears authentic, so do the coins and the faded ink. The paper of the diary, and due to the peculiar mummification of the body, it would be almost impossible to say how long it's been here. Nevertheless, I'm convinced that this is a recent corpse, and undoubtedly that of Sir George Clavering.
Well, what makes you so sure, Holmes?
Writing the diary. 18th century used an S. It looked like an F, it is true, but never at the end of a word. You will recall, Watson, that you were reading H-A-F, half, for H-A-S, has.
That's perfectly true, I was.
Well, that would be incorrect and genuine 18th century writing. So, obviously, this is an extremely clever attempt to disguise the comparatively recent murder of Sir George Clavering.
It's incredible, Holmes. Yes, I believe you're right.
I'm sure of it.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
You and I, old chap, will mount guard over the body. You, my dear Whitnall, if you don't mind, will be good enough to go and fetch the police.
Holmes.
Yes, old chap?
What do you suppose is keeping the police? Whitnall must have gone over an hour, and the lantern with him. Here we are, crouching in the dark in a smelly cave, 50 feet under the cliffs, with a mummified corpse.
Very true, Watson, but I don't... Uh-huh. Here comes the lantern.
It must be Whitnall and the police. Whitnall!
That you, Whitnall?
That lantern's blinding me. Is that you, Whitnall? Answer, can't you? Come out, Watson!
Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a second. And I'm going to take that second to ask you what you think of when I say good food. When you say good food to me, I can see myself really going down on a piece of fried chicken, but really fried. You know, crisp and sort of a light brown. When I see that chicken, I sure want to see some Petri California Sothern. Because, believe me, Petri Sothern is a white wine that's the wine for chicken. That Petri Sauterne has a delicate kind of flavor. Delicate like its pale gold color. But what a flavor. What a wine. If you want a swell white wine, you certainly want Petri Sauterne. Try it and see. And now back to Dr. Watson and tonight's story, The Case of the Out-of-Date Murder. Well, Doctor, you certainly had me on the edge of my chair during the first part of the story.
Oh, I'm glad of that, my boy.
Say, what happened when Sherlock Holmes yelled out at you in the cave?
I was struck from behind with a spade and knocked out. A second later, the same thing happened to Holmes. You see, we were blinded by the lantern and couldn't protect ourselves. When we came to, we found we were at the bottom of a pit. The walls were narrow and vertical, and I saw no earthly way of our getting out of the trap. But as usual, Holmes had something up his sleeve. Oh, my head's throbbing.
Never mind that for the moment, old chap. Get the coat off from your shirt.
Come
on, off with it, old boy. Come on, off with it. I've already removed mine and tied them together.
What for?
Oh, dear me, that blow on your head must have been unusually severe. I'm trying to make a kind of rope, Watson, a rope to get us out of here.
What's the good of a rope unless there's someone on the ledge above us to haul us out? If you think you're performing the Indian rope trick.
My dear Watson, this is no time for your rather heavy-handed humor.
Why do you keep whistling like that? You've been doing it for the past 20 minutes.
I'm whistling for help.
Well, why not shout?
Whistle carries further.
Who's going to hear that?
Got Timmy, I hope. Remember, he was having a bonfire on the tip-top tonight. My whistle is that of a nightingale, a song unheard in Sussex this time of the year. If it does answer it, I'm sure it'll bring him down here.
Well, I hope you're right. Seems to me that Whitnell and the police will never find us here. We shall mummify, just as the filthy murderer intended us to.
Courage, Watson. It's worked! It's Timmy! Cutting a burning log. Go down here, Timmy!
Nightingale, pretty birdie, what are you doing down there?
Timmy! I've tied these clothes together to make a rope. I'm going to throw them up. You ready? Catch!
Good. He's caught it.
Now, Timmy, lower it to us.
Oh, I shouldn't do this. They'll whip me.
Oh, no, nobody will whip you, Timmy. And we both want to give you a shilling to come up and see your bonfire.
Oh, that's different. 2 shiny shillings. I'll lower the rope.
Here it comes. That's it.
All right, throw it in. You first. All right, Timmy, pull away.
Here it goes.
Splendid.
I'm up, Holmes. Now I'll lower it for you.
All right. I've got it. Look out now. Here I come.
Thank goodness we got out of that place all right.
I don't see the nightingale. Oh, you must have him inside your coat. Well, never mind. We'll all go up to my bonfire and get warm. It's such a pretty bonfire. Did you ever see a finer bonfire?
Never, Timmy. It's lovely.
It's the most comforting sight I've seen for the last couple of hours.
Oh, just one thing's bad, though. Somebody tried to burn a book in my lovely fire. It must have been when I was off getting more wood. I found it when I came back, and I pulled it out of the fire and stamped on it. See, here it is.
Let's have a look. Hello, it's the diary that we found on the body in the lime pits.
Precisely, Watson. Now I begin to see daylight.
People shouldn't burn books. Books are nice. Books are like birds and bonfires. Well, they're nice to be near. Oh, your nightingale must be cold. I'll get some more twigs for him.
Well, now that fellow's gone away for a moment, I can see why we were attacked tonight. The murderer knew that we were going to the caves. He was afraid that his devilish plot wouldn't stand up under your scrutiny. So he watched us. When we discovered the body and sent Whitnell off for the police, he knew that he'd got to get rid of us.
And who do you think that somebody is, old fellow?
Oh, that's easy. Only one person strong enough to have knocked us both up and shifted our bodies. The dead Sir George's brother, Harry Clavering.
I think not, old fellow. Didn't you observe as we entered the caves,
The pickaxes and wheelbarrows were much in evidence?
Yes, that's right. They were, of course.
Strength was not required under the circumstances. We were extremely vulnerable in the darkness. Any man with a modicum of cunning could have disposed of us, or any woman, for that matter.
Good Lord, you're not suggesting that...
Watson! Oh, Whitnell! Why, thank heaven you're safe. I've had the police with me for the last hour, but we couldn't find you. You went where I left you.
True. Whitnell, I want you and the police to take me to Lady Clavering's house at once. After that, I wish to lodge information and make a charge of assault and possibly a charge of murder. And that, Lady Clavering, is the story of how we found your husband's body.
Horrible, Mr. Holmes. Horrible.
But who in thunder could have planned such a devilish plot?
Well, why did the murderer attack you and Watson?
There, my dear Whitnell, you have the key to the murderer's identity. The man who so cunningly conceived and executed the murder of Sir George could never have bungled the job of disposing of Watson and myself unless he had meant to bungle it.
You mean he didn't mean to kill us?
Exactly. He merely wished us out of the way while the incriminating evidence was removed.
You mean the diary?
Of course I do. You will recall we found it partially burnt in Timmy's bonfire.
That was Timmy who...
No, my dear fellow. Surely it's obvious. One person and only one. Knew that the diary was the key to the murderer's identity. The man who was present when we discovered it and detected the fraud.
Great Scott, Professor Whitnell.
Whitnell, you murdered my brother.
Evan, you? Oh, no.
I did it because I love you, Helena. All these years has been nothing in my life that meant anything but you.
How could you?
I thought that if George were out of the way, I could make you care for me. And when I realized that you loved Harry, I was mad with jealousy. And so I planned to conceal George's body forever. It was a clever plan. You said so yourself, Holmes. If it hadn't been for you, it would have worked.
Yes, it was diabolically clever, Whitnell, but I'm afraid that no amount of cleverness now can prevent you from paying for your crime. Sir George, I suggest that you instruct the police to come in. Our work is done.
Holmes, look there on the point. Timmy's bonfire is still burning away.
Yes. Timmy's a simple fellow with simple tastes.
Why are you so gloomy? You solved the case brilliantly.
My dear fellow, my faith in human nature has been sadly shaken. Oh, Captain. Evan Whitmore was a good friend and old one. Hard to be instrumental in sending him to the gallows.
Well, he richly deserved it.
Yes, I know he did. That's quite true, but it's depressing just the same. Come on. Let's continue our walk home across the downs.
That's Harry offering you a fee. Did you take it?
No, I didn't, but I did accept his offer of an acre of land on the downs over there near the Abbey ruins. You can see them silhouetted against the sky.
An acre of land? What on earth would you do with that?
Well, when I retire, and I shall retire soon, I've often thought of bee farming. This would be a heavenly spot for such a venture.
Oh, I can't imagine you as a beekeeper.
Oh, why not? After a life spent unraveling the tangled affairs of human beings, it would be soothing in the twilight of one's days to study the exact and predictable behavior of bees. Singing masons, building roofs of gold. Oh, well. One day, perhaps. Perhaps. One day.
Well, Doctor, that was a swell story. You know, I'm sure glad we get together like this once a week.
Oh, thank you very much. Next week, why not come over a little earlier for dinner?
Oh, no, I wouldn't think of having you go through all that trouble.
Oh, well, of course, if you feel that way.
Well, say, aren't you going to coax me?
To tell you the truth, I knew I wouldn't have to coax you. Just about till I was just going to show you the 2 thick steaks that I've got frozen in my refrigerator.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I'll also put aside a bottle of Petri Burgundy.
Well, in which case, I'll bring along a very hearty appetite. If you pick the steak, I know it's good, and when it's Petri wine, you know that's got to be good, too. Because the Petri family has been making fine wine for generations. They've owned and operated the Petri business ever since its inception, way back in the 1800s. During all that time, they've sure learned plenty about the fine art of turning luscious grapes into clear, fragrant, delicious wine. And they've been able to take this experience and hand it on down from father to son, from father to son. That's why, when you want wine for any occasion, you can't go wrong with a Petri wine. Because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Now, Dr. Watson, What story do you have lined up for us next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you an adventure that occurred to Holmes and me in the shadowy depths of the Limehouse district in London. It's a strange tale of death and terror. I call the story The Eyes of Mr. Layton.
Well, Doctor, we'll be sure not to miss it. And meanwhile, don't you forget you promised to contribute to the National War Fund.
National War Fund, of course, Mr. Bartell. It's a must.
The money you give to your war fund not only helps the men and women in our armed forces, and it not only helps our allies, but that money goes to work right in your own community, helping make possible many relief and welfare agencies in your own hometown. So let's all be generous in victory. Give to your community war fund. Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of Wisteria Lodge. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station.
Oh, the Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you cook, remember Petri wine.
To make good food taste better, remember... Petri wine. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Portions of the following program are transcribed. Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Yep, door's open.
Mr. Diamond.
Well, Angelino, come in.
I didn't know whether you were busy or not.
If you didn't hear the drums, you'd know I'm not busy.
Drums, Mr. Diamond?
Well, it's sort of a ritual, Angie. Every time I get a paying client, my landlord offers up his thanks to the goddess of joy. Plays an old bongo and turns on the heat as a kind of sacrifice.
I see.
Oh, no, you don't. You're too normal. What's the trouble, Angelino? The pig's knuckles in your butcher shop got arthritis?
You always with the kidding, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah, that's the kind of a hairpin I am.
Hairpin?
Angie, you got something on your mind. Forget my little asides and let's have it.
I got the big problem, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, you mean something's wrong and you can't pay me to take care of it?
Oh, no, I can pay.
Oh, well, then you haven't got a problem. You slip me the cash and I'll move in on your worries.
Well, you see, it's like this. I come to you as a sort of representative for all the other butcher shops, the independent ones. I ain't the only one that's worried. So all the butchers got together last night and decided to do something about it.
I hate to be a nag, but do something about what?
We all been paying money to a protective association.
Oh?
Yeah, every week a couple of guys come around and collect. If we don't pay, we get our shops busted up. And if that ain't enough, we get our heads busted too. See, I still got 3 stitches right here on the top of my head.
Oh. Nice job. What'd the doctor use? A loom?
I got this last week when those 2 guys come for the money. I couldn't pay, so one of them hit me with a blackjack.
You're lucky he didn't use one of your salamis. Might have been a job for homicide.
He knocked me out when I come to. My shop was a mess. And there was a note saying that they'd be back.
Well, you better go to the law, Angelino. They'll give you good protection and won't cost you a thing.
We discussed that at the meeting, but we decided it was too dangerous. We've been warned that if we go to the police, we'll get hurt bad. We got the families, Mr. Diamond. We can't take the chance.
Yeah. Tell me, have these 2 Garnets been back to see you?
Garnets?
Oh, Angie, you're going to be a lot of trouble. Garnets, hoods.
Hoods?
Gangsters, bad little boys.
Oh, no, they ain't been back. Not yet.
Well, for you or Rockefeller, my fee's the same, Angelino. $100 a day in expenses.
We took up a collection. I only got $100.
Oh, why does this always happen to me? I'm going to end up making Simon Legree look like Snow White. You only got 100.
Yeah, but we thought of something. if it costs more, you can take it out in trade at any of the butcher shops.
Well, it's liable to run into a lot of ham hocks.
It's the only way we can pay you.
So I'll throw a barbecue. Let's go, Angelino.
Where do we go?
Well, you and the rest of the butchers have not only hired yourselves a private detective, but you've got a new addition in the Butchers' Union.
You mean you...
Yeah. Come on. I want you to show me how to carve a lox. Well, that's what happens when your reputation gets around to the butcher shops. I'd been buying cold cuts from Giuseppe Angelino for the past 2 years and telling him what a great detective I was. I should have known he'd never take my word for it, so now I had to prove it. His shop was over on 10th Avenue, so we walked over and went in. He took me around behind the counter and handed me a white apron.
I don't get it. Why you want to be a butcher?
Well, Angie, you want me to get a line on these two guys who do the collecting, don't you?
Sure.
Well, I can only think of 2 ways I could watch them and not look suspicious. Make like a butcher or crawl into the ground round.
Huh?
Think what would happen if someone looked down for the price of ground round and caught it staring back at them.
Oh, that's a good one. That's pretty good.
Oh, now, come on, Angie. It wasn't that funny.
You got my $100, ain't you? It's a riot.
Yeah. Well, come on. Let's show me what happens with this butcher racket.
Customer. I'll show you later.
Oh, nothing like learning fast. Let me handle the sale.
Think you can?
Here she comes.
Good morning, Mrs. Hennessy.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Angelino. Business must be good. I see you have a new butcher.
Yes. This is a Mr.
Hangtooth.
Hangtooth?
Hangtooth?
Good morning, Mrs. Hennessy. Something I can do for you?
Oh. Yes. How much is the lamb shoulder today?
Yes. Which one?
What?
Look, maybe you better let me...
relax, Angie. I'll make it. Which shoulder would you like, Mrs. Hennessy?
Well, is there any difference, young man?
Oh, yes. You see, this lamb is really a ram.
A ram?
Oh, sure. You hurt his shoulder playing against the Eagles 2 weeks ago. We're also selling his shoulder pads at 21 cents a pound.
Mr. Angelino.
You'll find him hanging in the back with the spare ribs. Now, if you can tell me which shoulder you want, I'll wrap it up and send it off tackled between the liver and the knishes.
What? Well, I never...
Well, of course you haven't. That's the trouble with you people. Now, here's a nice little ram that played his heart out. Oh, by the way, the heart is a special today, 11 cents a pound. Angie.
Is she gone?
Like a laundry in a tornado.
What for do you want to do that, Mr. Diamond? She was one of my best customers.
I wanted to get her out of here, and I wanted to get her out in a hurry.
But why do you have to do it like that? Not a lamb, a ram. Which shoulder do you want, Miss Hennessy?
Look, Angie, I'm sorry, but you can explain it to her later. Just as she came in, I spotted 2 guys heading this way. When they saw her, they backed off. They're standing across the street right now.
Where?
Right over there, in front of the cigar store.
Hey, one of them has got a hatchet.
Oh, no, not that one. You're looking at the Indian. Over there.
Oh, yeah. Hey, that's them. That's the 2 guys who hit me on the head. They're the ones who come around to do the collecting.
Well, they're coming again. You better duck. I'll take care of it.
You be careful. They're pretty rough monkeys.
Go on, I'll beat it. They're almost here.
Yeah. I'll be in the back.
One meatball, I got you under my skin. Well, good morning, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
Where's Angelino?
Oh, well, he's out buying some old buffalo. I'm the new assistant.
Buffalo? Red, shut up. And get your hand out of the pickles. All right, now tell me, new assistant, when'll he be back?
Well, that's hard to say. These buffalo are in Wyoming.
Oh, yeah. Carl, I think this guy's trying to be funny.
You win yourself a lamb chop. I'll you have it, with or without the bloomers.
You know something, Red? I think you're right. What's your name, laughing boy?
Hangtooth.
Hangtooth?
Oh, I'm going to have more fun with that. It throws everybody.
Well, look, Hangtooth. You know who we are.
How many guesses?
You won't even need one. We're in a hurry. We're collectors.
We put all the scraps out in the back in a can. You can't miss it.
I don't like you.
Well, I have a friend. Maybe we could double date.
Look, let's stop the clowning. If Angelina didn't tell you about us, it's going to be too bad for you. We're here for some money. We get it every week. $25.
Yeah. Last week, Angelino didn't have it, so he accidentally hit his head. We figured that all that blood would make him remember it this week.
Well, I'm sorry, friend, but Angie didn't say anything about it. Tell me, what does he pay you boys for?
Oh, little things. Protection, mostly. You see, If he paid us last week, he wouldn't have hit his head.
You know something? I know a big fat cop who would just love to hear all about this protection Angie's paying you for.
You do, huh?
Yeah, I do, huh?
Well, look, seeing as how you're a new boy around here, maybe we ought to tell you first.
Why don't you do that?
Let's go in the back.
I like it here. I listen better.
You do, huh?
Is that all you guys can say? Now get out from behind that counter.
Oh, I want to explain the thing to you.
Yeah, go on, Red. Explain it to Mr. Hagtooth.
Hangtooth.
You'll have to pardon him. He don't hear so well. How's your hearing, Hangtooth?
Depends on what I'm listening to. If it's dull, I might end up with an ear trumpet.
You might end up with one whether it's dull or not. Now, seeing as how you're working for Angelino, you're going to need protection, too. So let's have the $25.
I want to know what I'm buying.
Sure. Here.
Oh, now, don't you know it isn't nice to go around breaking up showcases, and especially with that nasty old sap?
Well, you never know when things are going to get busted, see? Now, don't you think you need protection, Mr. Hangtooth?
Tell you what I'll do. I'll pay you for protection if you'll pay me.
Pay you? For what?
Well, you never know when things are going to get busted. Like your jaw, maybe.
Why, you...
Hey, Carl, help me.
Yeah, sure I'll help. This looks like my head breaking, Dave.
Got his legs.
All right, hold him. I'll tap him good.
Oh, give it to him again.
Oh, he's a rough one, ain't he?
Yeah. Kick me in the mouth, will you?
Hey, Red. Let me try that, huh? Hangtooth turns such a pretty color when you kick him like that.
He's out. I think he gets the idea.
Maybe not right now, but when he wakes up, he's going to have a sore head to remind him. Come on, we'll come back for Angelino later.
Well, you can't really blame brave little old me for going to sleep at that point. One I could have handled, but in that cramped space behind the counter with both of them coming from different directions, I had to give up sooner or later. And I did for about 20 minutes. When I finally snapped out of it, I looked up and saw 3 heads staring down at me. 2 herring with Angelino in the middle.
You all right, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, Angie, do you always ask people that right after they've lost their blood?
Here, let me help you get up.
Oh, swell. Now, look for my eyes, will you?
I didn't know what to do. I guess I should have called the police.
Why, Angie, you're really beginning to think for a change. Oh, let me sit down.
But when I thought about calling the police, I also thought about my family. Those 2 men might have beat up my family just like this.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
You take the $100, Mr. Diamond, and forget about this. It's too dangerous. When they come back, I'll pay them the money and nobody gets hurt.
Look, I can understand why you're scared, Angie. Those 2 headhunters are kidding, but you can't let them get away with it.
I can, and I will. I ain't taking no more chances. First, they bust up my shop, then they bust... No, thanks. I've had enough.
Okay, Angie. Here's the 100.
No, that's yours.
And then say it's a present. Buy yourself some new glass for the counter.
What are you going to do?
Well, now I got no obligation, Angelino. Just a sore face and a nasty disposition. I won't get back to normal until I find those 2 guys and tie their necks in a bow. I left Angelino's shop and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station. I wanted to look up 2 sure bets for the police gallery. One named Kyle, the other Red. 2 guys who went around scaring poor little businessmen like Angelino. By the time I reached the station, the aches from the beating were making me very unhappy, and when I walked into the squad room, I spotted something that didn't make things any better.
Yeah, what are you... Holy cow, Diamond.
Well, Otis, I'm glad you noticed. It means I put myself together all right. What's the matter with your voice?
I got a cold.
Sounds like you swallowed a rattlesnake.
Yeah? Well, what happened to you?
Oh, don't be silly. I always bleed just before lunch.
Yeah, how'd it happen?
It wasn't easy. Is the lieutenant in?
Sure, go ahead.
Thanks. Say, Otis, when are you going to start shaving in the morning?
Why, what's wrong?
Your 5 o'clock shadow is 4 hours fast.
Oh.
Hello, Walt.
Now you listen to me. Wow.
like it?
What hit you?
Wait till the bruises show up. I come on in Technicolor.
Someone sure did a good job.
That someone is two guys. One named Red and the other Carl.
Red and Carl.
Yeah. I got closest to Red. Name matches the hair, busted nose, about 190, and very nasty with a sap.
And Carl?
Dark greasy. Well-dressed, if you like the type. Big boy with a scar under his right eye.
You sure pick 'em.
You know them?
Yeah, I think so. Here's one of them.
Let's see. Yeah, you are so right. This is sweet little Carl, all right.
Carl Tate, sort of a new boy, import from Chicago. Here's the other one.
Yeah? Yeah, that's Red.
They work together, a couple of muscle men.
Red Dillon. Arrests all over the place. One conviction, assault with a deadly weapon.
What'd they go after you for?
They've been pulling a protection racket on some of the independent butcher shops. Who do they work for?
They used to work for Jack Arnold before he got sent up.
Well, I know they're not working this setup alone. It's too big.
No, they wouldn't be. Hey, Tiny Easter's in town.
Tiny Easter? Oh, used to be Arnold's right-hand boy.
That's right. Came in about a month ago. I'd love to get something on him. Nobody has ever been able to nail him.
Well, it adds up. He used to work for Arnold, so did Carl Tate and Red Dillon.
Now, if we can't pick him up just because two of his boys worked you over, I just say they weren't his boys.
I don't want him picked up. I want Carl and Red. If Easter goes along with the deal, you can have him.
What are you going to do?
Get cleaned up and pay Mr. Tiny Easter a visit. What's his address?
Well, he's got an office on East 48th Street, 804.
Thanks, Walt.
Tiny's a bad boy.
Well, I'll take along my 38 just in case I have to spank him. Bye. I left Walt and went back to my office. Took a clean shirt out of the closet and washed up. I locked up again, went down to the street, grabbed a cab. 20 minutes later, I was standing in the reception room of Tiny Easter's office. A big guy with a bulge under his arm was trying to be as unreceptive as possible.
So you want to see Easter? You got an appointment?
No, I haven't got an appointment. Now tell Easter I'm out here.
What's your name?
You're going to get hung up on this.
What do you mean?
The name's Hangtooth.
Huh?
Yeah, you see? Now make like an office boy and tell Easter I got a message for him from Carl and Red.
You're a pretty fresh guy, ain't you?
Yeah, and I'm going to spoil if I have to stand around much longer.
You can spoil rotten for all I care. You ain't going to see Easter. He's busy.
Okay. You know, you get so excited you'll ruin your stomach someday.
I don't think so.
You don't, huh? Skeptic.
What do you want?
I'm collecting scalps.
Well, good for you. How'd you get by Lefty?
He's tied up with a stomach ache. Swallowed a fist.
All right, so you got muscles. Also, you got a pushed-in face. Lefty do that?
Carl Tate and his blood brother Red.
Oh? What'd you come to me for?
They're working for you, aren't they?
You smell like a cop.
Name's Hangtooth.
I doubt it.
Good for you. I'd hate to go through that again. I'm a private cop.
Oh, not good for you.
I was in a butcher shop when your two boys wandered in and started playing squash with me. I don't like to get pushed around, Easter. And I don't like your racket. I want Carl and Red. And if I get you along with them, the state will hang a medal on me.
Looks like you kind of got nothing to lose.
Look at it any way you like. Now, what about your two playmates?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, Seamus. I never heard of those two guys.
I don't think you understand, Tiny. I'm pretty mad. I'm going to find these two guys, and I'm going to do it even if I have to be unpleasant with you.
Why, Mr. Hangtooth, what do you mean by unpleasant?
You break a leg, that's unpleasant.
Oh? Well, I got something in this drawer might change your mind.
Yeah?
Oh, my hand.
Okay, a busted hand. Unpleasant enough?
Take your foot away. You're breaking it in two.
Drop the gun in the drawer. Okay. Now, let me explain it again. If you go out and shoot 12 people tomorrow, I'm going to be sore about it. But when you start intimidating a bunch of hard-working little guys and their families, I go off like a skyrocket. Then when a couple of your cheap gunsels push me around, I explode.
Look, friend, I tell you, I don't know these guys.
Look, Easter, please believe me.
I don't know.
You worked with him in Chicago. I'm telling you the truth, Easter. I'll work you over like an eggplant in a subway.
Look, whatever your name is, I got boys. They'll take care of you.
Who's going to tell him to do it?
I am.
With your mouth swollen shut? Now, where do I find Carl and Red?
Golly, you knocked one of my teeth loose.
Then I got 31 to go. I guess you really don't understand.
Yeah, friend, I understand.
Now, where are they? You still need some encouragement?
No, that's all right. They're in a warehouse by the 14th Street dock.
What warehouse?
Rogers and Sons, big sign on the top.
Mind if I use your phone?
Yeah, go ahead, by all means.
Don't you know it's not polite to listen, Easter?
But what do you want me to do?
Go to sleep.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
Walt, Rick, how about the Easters?
He lets you use the phone?
He's asleep. I'm going down to Rogers' warehouse near the 14th Street docks. Carl and Red are down there. May need some help.
I'll be right down.
You better hop down here to Easters and pick him up first.
On what charge?
I'll give you a charge after I see Red and Carl. Now step on it.
But...
Contact. I left Easter's office looking like a second-class rest home and headed for the warehouse on 14th Street. It was getting late in the afternoon when my cab pulled up near the river and I got out. The cold breeze was kicking up little patches of white on the water, and the light fog was moving in from the Atlantic as I started toward a big building with a sign on the top that read, Rogers and Sons, Importing. The place was boarded up, but a window in the basement showed signs of recent use, so I jimmied it open and dropped down on the dark, cold pavement. I held my breath and listened. There was a radio playing from somewhere in the front of the building, so I started moving toward it. I went up a flight of stairs and onto the first floor. The radio was louder now, and I could make out an office door with a small light shining under the crack at the bottom. I moved up close to listen.
Hey, Carl.
Yeah?
Shut off the radio.
Okay.
What do we have to hide out in here for?
Because Easter said to. Besides, we don't know who that guy was we worked over this morning. He might have been a cop.
So he was a cop. We worked cops over before.
Look, Easter said we should stay undercover for a few days, so we stay undercover. All right, now deal the cards.
Oh.
Off that top.
Get it, that's probably Easter.
Yeah? Yeah. What? He did, huh? Hey, what's the matter? Boss!
What's going on?
I don't know. That was Easter. The guy we worked over was in his office. Pushed him around, and now that guy's headed down here.
We can handle him.
Sure, but something's wrong. Just as Easter was going to say what to do, it sounded like he got into a fight. I had some guy tell him to drop the phone.
Hey, the cops.
Yeah. Come on, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, boys.
Hangtooth.
Hagtooth.
Come back here, Carl.
Help me.
You shouldn't have pulled a gun, Red.
Since when do you butchers carry rods?
Since we get pushed around by guys like you. I'm going to go get your friend.
You can't leave me. I'm shot bad.
I can't take it back. The law will be here in a minute.
You're a lousy butcher. I hope Carl pays you good.
I'll see he gets a chance to try. I left Red lying on his face and ran toward the front of the building. The only way out was that window in the back, and Carl was sure to be hiding somewhere in the dark, hoping to get around me and head for the basement. There were a dozen places to hide in that warehouse, but I had one advantage. He couldn't see me any better than I could see him. I backed up against the wall.
Come on, Carl. Red's hurt pretty bad and the law's on the way. You got to get me to get out of here.
He was behind a pile of packing cases and had a big gun just to make things tougher. I eased along the wall, trying to get behind him when I suddenly bumped into something. I turned around and felt to see what it was. A ladder, straight up to the steel beams overhead. I put my gun under my arm and started up the rungs. It was tough climbing like that, trying not to make a sound and knowing all the time if he spotted me, I was an easy target. About halfway up, I stopped, held on with one hand, took off my shoe with the other. The idea was to drop the shoe, draw his fire, and nail him before he found out where I was. I dropped the shoe.
Okay, only take it easy. I can't see nothing, Lieutenant.
You can't say nothing either. Shut up. You sound awful.
Oh.
Rick?
Walt?
I hear him, Lieutenant. Rick! Here's some guy that's been shot.
Now, Diamond's been around here all right. Rick!
Here, Walt. Up here.
What? Where the devil are you?
Up here on this ladder.
There he is, Lieutenant. See? Where my flash is.
What are you doing up there?
I had to get Kyle Tate. He's over there behind those crates. Now get me down.
Well, why don't you climb down?
Whoa! Not in front of Otis.
Oh, I forgot. Otis, go outside and call the fire department.
Fire department?
Yes, and tell them to bring a net.
What?
Will you get a move on?
Oh, okay.
Rick.
Yeah? Now you stop that!
Oh, okay. But it's so seldom that I ever get a good laugh at your expense.
Okay. But you know this is a serious thing with me. How far up am I?
I'd say about 40 feet.
Oh.
Now, take it easy. Just don't look down.
Walt.
Yeah?
Promise me something?
I won't tell Otis. I'll say you got stuck up there.
Thanks.
What did you go up there for, anyway?
I told you. I had to get Kyle Tate. I just didn't think until I was up.
Imagine the guy who shoots it out with two of the toughest torpedoes in town having a horrible fear of heights. Boy, if that isn't one for the books. You know, I'll never forget the time that little blonde trapeze artist got stuck.
Walt?
Yeah?
I hate you.
Rick. How's your face?
Fine. How's yours?
Now you stop that.
Oh, nice and soft.
Rick.
What's the matter? I'm just nuzzling a little.
You're just nuzzling a lot. You want to nuzzle? You got to sing.
Oh, no.
No nuzzling.
Oh, yeah.
No sing, no nuzzle.
Fiend.
Tiger.
Just a real nuzzle.
I think you're after my earrings. No.
If I sing?
Yes.
I was ready.
I was listening.
I will remember you in the silent and lonely night, and the memory of your smile will bring me back the light. I will remember you when the leaves lie upon the ground, with the memory of a kiss in summer found. When the winds of winter come crying through the darkness, your lovely voice will come to me. Even though in spirit across the miles that part us, crying I love you, I will remember you till the spring of another year, till I hold you close again. I will remember you. Okay? Come here.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, now what?
I just remembered. I got a surprise for you.
Yeah?
Got a new television set. Now you can watch the fights.
Well, great. Where is it?
In the den. But first you've got to do one thing for me.
What's that?
Well, the reception isn't very good yet. I called the repairman, but he said to check the aerial. He can't come over until tomorrow.
I'll fix it. Where is it?
On the roof.
The roof?
But be careful. You've got to climb a ladder to get to it. What's the matter?
Look, Helen, wouldn't you rather...
Fix the aerial first.
First?
Oh. Whom are you calling?
Hello, operator. Give me the fire department.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Nestor Pilar, Paul Frees, and David Ellis. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written and directed by Blake Edwards. Portions were transcribed. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King with an important reminder. Richard Diamond will next be heard on Sundays 1 week from tomorrow. Remember, Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell, will next be heard on Sundays beginning January 15th. Consult your local paper for time of broadcast. What's on NBC tomorrow? The hilarious Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. And for mystery, Sam Spade, directly following Phil and Alice. Next, Hollywood Star Theater with Dorothy L'Amour on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency?
Me, sweetheart, Bounce Along Spade.
Bounce Along Spade?
The only cowpoke in the West with so much daylight between him and his saddle, the California Limited can pass under without ever slackening speed.
Sam!
I'm rough and I'm tough and I'm ready, gal. I'll outshoot, outride, and outcourt any man in boots. Or barefooted either, as a matter of fact. Choose your weapon.
What's come over you? Where have you been?
Where the air is warm and the women are warmer, if then the end comes swift and sudden.
Oh?
I took Horace Greeley's advice, sweetheart. I went west.
West? But Sam, I'll be all ready, guys.
Keep your reins tight, gal. I calculate to bowleg my way through the door, garbed in my 12-gallon hat, my buckskin shirt, my worn Levi's, and my twin six-guns with extra-large hammers to dictate my report on the Dry Gulch Caper. Or they went that-a-way. For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade. Effie! Come here, Fairy Flower. Are you the new schoolmarm?
Oh! What's happened to you, Sam? You're so strong, so real.
For real? Not only that, so beat, Effie. So absolutely beat.
Oh, was there anything I can get you?
Not unless you have an in at the local cushion factory. Shall we see? I'd like to get it over with.
Painful. You mean it gives you a headache just to think of it?
It's not my head that I was referring to. You ready, little partner?
Ready, sir?
Date, fill it in, to Lieutenant R.C. Halliday, robbery detail, San Francisco Police Department, City. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Wild West Caper, or Hopalong Cassidy can have it. Dear Halliday, I should say at this very instant, I should be cramming for my entrance exams to the mission home for Saddle Store Private Detectives. But knowing how this report will tidy up your files, I shall proceed in a standing position. It was late yesterday afternoon when, for me, the bells tolled. That was when I first heard the purty voice of the girl of the Golden West.
Mr. Spade, you are Sam Spade, the detective.
7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Who?
Mr. Spade, I'm calling about my grandfather. You don't even know who I am, do you?
I cannot tell a lie. I don't, ma'am.
My name's Penny Brewster, and I really hope I can tell you the story before Grandfather comes to phone.
The story?
Yes, you see. Oh, here he comes. Play along with him, Mr. Spade, please. And remember, you're not Sam Spade, the detective. You're Marshal Spade of the California Rangers.
Marshal? Wait a minute.
Yes, and you must look the part.
In a blue serge suit?
You'll think of something. I know you will.
I've heard private detectives are terribly clever.
Well, I...
Marshal Spade?
That's right.
Buck Brewster talking.
Yeah?
And he says you're the straightest shooting focus since Billy the Kid. T-Rex?
Huh? Oh, sure. T-Rex, Buck. T-Rex.
Same as you and the horse fly along like you was one. T-Rex?
Buck, at one time or another, I've taken a flyer on every nag in the game. Trotters included.
Then you're my man, Marshal. Get up here fast. The shooting's liable to start any minute.
We have a bad connection on this phone. I thought you said the shooting's liable to start.
I ain't got no time to waste on useless palaver, Spade. Just get up here. I'll paint the whole picture when I see you.
Get up where? Where are you?
Why, in Dry Gulch. Where else would I be?
Well, where is Dry Gulch?
Take the main trail north out of town till you spot the Oak Circle. Then bear right.
Yeah?
I'll go down now and leave a change amount to the circle.
How far would you say this circle is from San Fran?
Oh, about a half day's hard ride, I reckon.
Half a day's out. Look, Buck, I don't think I'd better. I'm out of condition, you know. I haven't been riding lately.
Oh, sure, that ain't what my purdy granddaughter tells me.
Purdy, eh? Half a day's hard ride. About 20 miles, huh? I don't remember any town along there.
Don't worry about the town, Marshal. It's here. Just get in your saddle and get to open.
You're sure there's a town there?
Spade, I ain't got time to argue geography with you. Now, listen. Them $50 gold pieces clicking together, and I got a whole summer full of them. Are you coming up here?
Buck, tell them to take to the high hills. Sam Spade rides again. I made 2 stops before I hailed a cab and told the startled driver to proceed north on the main trail out of town. At a corner newsstand where I riffled through a Western Story magazine to determine what the saddle and sagebrush set is wearing this season, and at the Hitch and Post costume shop where I donned what I thought was a rather colorful facsimile of the same. We drove out 101 at a smooth 55 for almost half an hour before I spotted a circular clump of trees, complete with horse. As we reared to a halt, the driver looked back at me and shook his head.
I'm taking down your description, Buster, just in case they ask. Black 10-gallon hat, purple silk shirt, orange Angora check. Boy, I've seen everything now.
You obviously aren't an Esquire man. Now, this wardrobe was personally endorsed by Mr. T.
Yeah.
You sure you want to get out of here, Buster? At this very spot, Buster.
But there ain't nothing here, but nothing.
Wrong, my good man. For you, there's this. For me, yonder steed and the dusty trail on your right. Pleasant journey back to the fort and keep an eye peeled for the Indians.
A fruitcake. I've been hauling a fruitcake.
He drove off, and I staggered on the sides of my ankles toward the horse, the mount that Buck had left for me. Now, this ornery critter took one look at my costume, and as I swung up into the saddle, he shuddered, then closed his eyes, and zowie! Hey, wait for me, horse! Hey, horse! It was approximately 7 miles later, and I was beginning to feel better because I was paralyzed from the waist down, that we flashed past a sign that read, Dry Gulch City Limits, beware of flying lead. And then came Dry Gulch Caper, ramshackle buildings lined its solitary dusty streets, roofs sagging, walls leaning crazily inward. There wasn't a human being in sight. Dry Gulch was a ghost town. We come past the Golden Spur Cafe, Whitey's Tonsorial Parlor, the Lone Ace Gambling Casino, and Gherkin's Saddle and Harness Shop, all deserted, before my horse plowed to a halt in front of the Red Dog Saloon. I dismounted and hobbled in. Inside, the Red Dog was a spider's paradise. Cobwebs covered everything. A Jesse James wanted poster tacked on a wall. An 1835 calendar bearing a picture of Sam Houston. Even a bottle of Red Eye standing on the bar. I was washing the trail dust out of my throat when a familiar object on a shelf behind the bar caught my attention. I shoved the bottle hastily away from me and rapidly blinked my eyes. But what I'd seen was still there. A brand new oak case television set. And then somebody shoved another familiar object right into my ribs.
For your sake, I hope you're Marshal Spade.
The same, and also for my sake, I hope you don't have a nervous trigger finger.
Mighty careless, Marshal, drinking with your back to the door. Let me look you over. Turn around. Up the low.
All right, Buck. There we are.
Well, why in tarnation are you rigged out like that?
Well, perhaps these aren't my best colors, but, how about the shooting you spoke of? What's the trouble, Buck?
Oh, it's that low-down snake Blackie Tolliver, Marshal.
Blackie Tolliver?
Oh, you must have heard of Blackie. Yeah, this is him here.
Blackie Tolliver, sought for the robbery of the Cattlemen's National Bank, Oklahoma City, June 25th, 1894.
Mm-hmm.
Rough ornery, Cayuse.
But he left. We crossed trails first when he pulled that job. Me being a sheriff in 94, it was up to me to chase him down.
Oh.
But he wrangled himself a pardon. Slippery snake.
And then?
Well, 4 years later, I hit Tombstone, all trying to settle down. Even had little Finley all picked out, but it never happened.
What did?
Oh, that creeping, crawling Blackie Tolliver sweet-talked her into leaving town with him.
Your girl ran off with Blackie?
To get hitched in Dawson City. Then he stranded her there, sick and broke. I burned the letter getting to her when I heard. But I was too late.
Oh, I'm sorry, Buck, but that's a long time ago.
Well, I vowed I'd get that sidewinder. I fished him all over the West, but I still couldn't catch him. Then 3 days ago, I seen him again.
Here in Dry Gulch?
No, on TV.
What?
Yeah, some program was telecasting about a new bank opening in Frisco.
Oh, no.
And there, big as life, was Blackie right on the TV.
You could recognize him on television? Amazing.
And you know what he was doing there, Marshal?
What?
Blackie Tolliver, who has held up more banks than I've got fingers and toes, was the guard in that bank.
You mean he pulled a switch, huh? Playing with the law now.
Quick as the TV was finished, I read him a letter. I challenged him to a shootout here in Dry Gulch where no one could interfere. And as soon as he shows up, I'm going to cut him down.
Well, what makes you think he'll show?
Well, 2 of his gang was skulking around yesterday looking to lay out for him.
You mean 2 of his gang? How do you figure that?
Well, it's simple. I sent him that letter when Nene shows up. The first humans to set foot in Dry Gulch in 10 years. Yes, sir. Now, if Blackie's got a gang, I might need some help, see? That's where you come in. If things get too rough, you're going to step in and swing the tide.
Me? Why, I haven't swung a tide in years.
Penny!
A girl now entered the Red Dog. A girl, and I do not use the term loosely. Golden hair framed a face that belonged nowhere but on a ranch romance's cover. And her plaid shirt and jeans encased the sort of figure that lonely cowpokes dream of. The sort of figure, as a matter of fact, that lonely private detectives dream of, too.
Now, this is my granddaughter, Penny, Marshal. Penny is a new saddle, ain't she?
Howdy, Marshal. I've heard a lot about you.
So I've heard.
Show the Marshal where he'll bed down, honey. And keep your eyes open, Spade. Them varmints are liable to strike any minute. Hey, you can run along now.
Okay, Buck, you'll be here?
Well, I wouldn't be nowhere else for the next half hour. Not with Sagebrush Sandy coming on.
Sagebrush Sandy?
Yes, sir. The best thing that ever happened to TV. Oh, no. The greatest stick jockey this side of the Pecos River. Now, if I can just find him.
Now, remove the tape from the oven.
Oh.
Oh, dear, what a mess. Right, a quick substitute today.
Dad-ratted cooking expert. Oh, Dixieland. That's Dixieland. Musical murder, that's what it is.
And San Francisco police have no clue to the whereabouts of 2 armed gunmen who late this afternoon forced the guard to open the doors of the Park State Bank and escaped with a suitcase full of currency.
Dixieland bank robbers. Where in tarnation Sagebrush Sandy? And just listen to that record he's just spinning. Now, that's real music.
Shall we, Marshal?
Let's, quickly.
I take it Sagebrush Sandy's program doesn't do anything for you?
Well, let's say the fresh air does more.
I'm glad you stayed, Mr. Spade. For a minute, I was afraid you were leaving Dry Gulch.
Where were you?
Outside the window you were trying to reach.
You mean you heard all the things Buck said then?
We came in here.
Oh.
This is the Overland Hotel.
You're not worried about your grandfather?
No, Mr. Spade, there's nothing wrong with him. He's been like this ever since I can remember.
Oh?
Well, here you are. Not the Fairmount, exactly.
Oh, charming. About Buck.
Grandfather is a very old man who's trying desperately to live in the past. That's why he bought Dry Gulch.
You mean he bought the whole town?
Lock, stock, and barrel. It was, a dream he'd had for years come true.
A chance to live out his life in the sort of surroundings he loved.
And Blackie Tolliver, the demon bank robber who came back on television the other day.
I've heard about Blackie Tolliver since I was so high. This showdown with Blackie is all Grandfather talks about. And when it doesn't happen, there'll be no living with him. Unless he can be convinced Blackie was just too scared to face him.
And I'm to convince him? Why me?
Who could convince him easier than Marshal Spade of the California Rangers talking to him man to man?
Oh, I see. Well, Blick, I can't take his money for this.
Please, just for tonight. Tomorrow you can leave and forget the whole thing. You will help me. Won't you, Sam?
Her face was only inches from mine and getting closer every second when the silence of Dry Gulch was shattered by shouts and the sound of pounding feet. I crossed the room and peered out into the twilight. A man was running through the Red Gulch saloon near the hotel, but nowhere near fast enough. All four of the shots that lanced out from the Red Dog caught him directly under my window. He staggered drunkenly and then fell face up in the street. As I looked down at him, two thoughts were inescapable. A, his was the same face Buck had shown me on the poster, so there was that Blackie Tolliver. And B, whatever game Penny's grandfather was playing right now was apparently one he was playing for keeps. You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Have you met our new baby yet? I mean, NBC's new baby, The Big Show. And what a baby it is. The biggest baby you ever heard, and he's not crying either. Why should he cry with stars like Tallulah Bankhead, Jimmy Durante, Clifton Webb, Mindy Carson, Meredith Wilson, and a host of others to make him radio's greatest spectacle ever? This Sunday and every Sunday, meet The Big Show. An hour and a half of comedy, music, and drama. All this and Tallulah, too. No wonder it's The Big Show. And Sunday evening over most of these NBC stations also means Theater Guild on the air. Now back to the Dry Gulch Caper, or They Went That-A-Way. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. Blackie Tolliver was still alive but unconscious when Penny and I reached him moments later. His forced breathing was the only sound to be heard along Dry Gulch's single street. Wherever Buck had gone after the shooting, whatever he was doing, he was quiet as a mouse. I examined Blackie as best I could in the dusty light. He was wearing a Park State Bank guard uniform, and it was soaked with red. He needed medical attention fast.
He died, Sam. They'll call it murder, won't they?
Let's not talk about that now.
Won't they?
What else could they call it? Blackie didn't have a prayer. He isn't even carrying a gun.
But Grandfather just... Oh, Sam, what are we going to do?
Right now, we're going to get Blackie to a hospital. That means we'll need horses and some help.
There's no one to help us.
Well, there's Buck. You saddle horses, I'll find him.
If we take him to a hospital, he still might die, and what do we gain? If we didn't, no one would ever know that Grandfather...
Penny.
I'll saddle the horses. Sam, please don't hurt me for what I was thinking.
I carried Blackie to the hotel porch and did what I could to make him comfortable. Then I started looking for Buck. Buck's TV set was still on when I reached the Red Door, but it was playing to a dark, empty house. I turned away to continue my search, and then I stopped. The music tearing at my eardrums was pure Dixieland. Musical murder, as Buck called it. I checked my watch. 6:23. Only 23 minutes since Penny and I left the saloon. That meant Sagebrush Sandy still had 7 minutes to go. I could see Buck taking a powder after dropping Blackie, but I couldn't see him forsaking his beloved Sandy for Dixieland before he did it. I was wondering who had switched channels when I saw what I'd missed before. A sliver of light shining under a door at the back of the room. I cat-footed my way across the Red Dog and had almost reached the door when, for the second time since my arrival in Dry Gulch, I felt a gun barrel pressed against my side.
Don't stop, Snoop. Let's get moving right on through the door.
I'm sorry, sir. I can hardly hear you with that music.
All right, so we can turn it off, the music.
Thank you. Thank you. Now?
Now move.
Well, you insist, but I can only stay a moment.
Okay. What happened? I thought the population of this town was but one. So did I. I got rid of the old town, but on the way back I ran into this G. Apparently the census taker's overlooking him. It only proves you can believe no man. We are given positive assurance the place is deserted, yet traffic suddenly becomes unbearable.
Well, perhaps I was being over-friendly, gentlemen. We Westerners get carried away now and then. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Now, that's no... Yes, friend. You have just arrived.
Well, really, boys, it's far past my usual bedtime.
So you sleep in tomorrow. Sit down. Leave us chat.
There were several things in that candlelit back room I could have chatted about. I could have told Al Torino, short, swarthy, and one of the best-known bank boys in the business, that I'd recognize him as soon as his friend herded me through the door. Or perhaps mention the currency stacked high on the table before him, each packet held together by a paper binder with the words, Park State Bank of San Francisco stamped very neatly on it.
Now, suppose you tell us about what you're snooping around for.
Gentlemen, this is all a grievous misunderstanding. I merely happened by to remind you of the annual rodeo to be held at Devil's Elbow this coming Saturday.
An innocent, friendly gesture. Tell us more.
A most colorful event, the rodeo. Bronco busting, covered wagon races, wild steer roping, and anyone can enter. Now, perhaps you would be interested?
Me? Why, I haven't roped a wild steer in almost a fortnight.
Your friend, perhaps?
Heaven alone knows how long it's been since I roped a steer. I busted a bronco.
Well, it was just a thought. Goodbye.
Hold it. Please. I'm most unhappy that we misjudged you, friend.
Oh, it's nothing. Every call can't be a happy one.
You ought to make me feel worse. I feel we owe you something for at least thinking of us. Don't you, Corky?
Yes, indeed, Al. Yes, indeed. I couldn't think of it. I'll just run along.
No, our minds are made up. Give it to him, Corky.
I dove for him as the words left his mouth because I knew what they intended to give me. But I only got in one punch because Corky knew what Al was going to say before he said it. That gave him a slight advantage. And it was all he needed. When I came out of it, I was lying in total darkness, and I wasn't alone.
Oh, that blasted varmint. She wouldn't let it loose and get my hand on it. Varmint. Let me loose.
Just a minute, Buck. I'll give you a hand. Hey, how'd they get you, Buck?
Oh, I was watching the TV, and I heard a car, and then Blackie and them two that were skulking around yesterday drove up, and they walked right into the Red Dog as if they was aiming to steal.
Who was carrying the suitcase?
Blackie was. And the others was walking along behind him with their guns drawn, protecting them, so I couldn't get to them. So I sneaked around to the front of the Red Dog, hoping I could surprise them. Well, it was me that got surprised, though.
Well, what happened, Buck?
Well, they was in the back room, and Blackie was hollering about a double cross and a fair cut. Them got their kind of talk. And then the door busted open, and he came tearing out across the room with that little critter right behind him.
That'd be Al Torino. He's the one who got Blackie.
He what?
Got Blackie.
You mean that wall-eyed critter's been messing around my range?
Remember we heard on TV about the Park State Bank being knocked over? These are the boys who did it.
Well, I'll be your... And Blackie was the hostage that announcer fellow was talking about. He was the bank guard, and they took him.
No, Blackie was in it, too. The inside man. He had to be.
You think Blackie opened them doors for him without any persuasion, eh?
I'll give you odds on it, Beck. And they didn't just happen to pick Dry Gulch as their hideout, either. Blackie must have suggested it after you wrote and told him you were up here all alone. You didn't know it, but you were handing him a perfect hideout.
Yes, but why would one of his own gang drop Blackie?
Torino and the other one apparently figured a lot of money for 3 would be even more for 2.
Yeah, Hey, listen to that. Them varmints are fixing to pull out. Come on, let's go get them.
I'm right with you, Buck.
Hey, hold up. Hold up, you bushwhacking dudes. Hey. Oh, dad rat, it's too late, Marshal. There they go, tearing down the back road.
Is there any way we can cut across country and head them off?
No, not afoot we can't, and by the time we saddle up some ponies, they'll be gone.
It pains me to even mention this, Buck, but I sent Penny to do just that some time ago.
You did?
Yeah.
Well, what are we waiting for?
We galloped up drawers, down canyons, through streams, over cliffs, and across deserts. And the only place on me that felt good was my head, where Corky had sacked me. And finally Buck, riding ahead of me, pulled his pony to a halt and waited for me to catch up. Somehow I slid south off my horse's neck and was back in the saddle again when I drew abreast of him.
Well, we ain't going to have to trap them dudes after all, Marshal.
Huh?
No, Cripple Creek done it first.
Cripple Creek?
The driest creek in the west. It crosses the road up ahead of Peace. And right now, them critters are sitting hub deep in sand. Come on, Now, let's start riding circle.
Riding circle?
Indian style.
Oh.
Round and round the car till we pick them off.
Oh, no, Buck. We're going to handle this my way, and it won't be on horseback.
Huh. What fancy plan have you got?
None. It's very simple. We leave the horses right here. You get as close to them as you can along the road, and I'll circle around behind them. Now, don't show yourself until I go after them. You got it?
Well, all right. But I still think circling's better.
I left him there and dodged from bush to boulder to tree, working my way to a position behind Al Torino and Corky. I had just reached a rock formation that overlooked the road right over their car and slipped my .38 out of its hiding place beneath the purple silk shirt when I realized that Buck wasn't going to do things anyway but his own.
All right, you city-fied tomcat, make your play! You'll find her out.
Buck stood in the headlights there, pipes low, slightly behind Torino and his henchman. His hands were an indistinct blur as Torino spun around, digging for his left arm. He was fast, but it's almost impossible to outdraw a man who uses a breakaway shoulder holster. I was on my feet and running toward the car when Buck staggered backward, a look of surprise on his face, and then crumpled to the ground. I fired as I ran, and Corky's saddle face was still falling forward when Al Torino caught the last of my bullets and followed him down. I reached Buck and lifted him into a sitting position.
Oh.
His eyes were bewildered as he looked up at me.
You got me, Marshal.
Easy, Buck. Now let's have a look. There we are. Oh, Buck, you were lucky. Just grazed the rib.
You got me, Marshal. I guess I better hang up my shooting irons and just concentrate on tending tender.
You know, Buck, I've been wondering how you wound up with a granddaughter anyway. If the filly Blackie ran off with meant so much to you, how could you...
Marry up with somebody else?
Yeah.
Oh, shucks, Marshal. Penny's grandma was twice the woman that first one was. Best in the West.
Well, then how come you held a grudge against Blackie all those years and wanted to shoot it out with him?
Oh, I didn't really, but drat it all. A man's got to have a little excitement in his life, don't he?
Period. End of report.
Sam. What a fantastic story.
It is that, F. It is that. But go type it up anyhow.
Are you sure you're not making up the whole thing?
For the Darden Thomases, I have a matched set of saddle scars to prove the truth of each and every statement.
Oh, I'll take your word for it. I'll type it up right away.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's no cover charge at Duffy's Tavern. Just keep your dial tuned to NBC later as Archie and his delightful friends cook up another mad and merry session at that remarkable restaurant, Duffy's Tavern. This Sunday, the big show comes your way again on NBC, the best in comedy, music, and drama, with unpredictable Tallulah as MC, Jimmy Durante, Clifton Webb, and many more. No questions?
Yes. One, if you don't mind.
Ask, Jeff, ask.
Dorothy died, I suppose.
Indeed not. She'll be up and in fine fettle by the time his trial rolls around.
But you went galloping across the desert and forgot all about him. Who took care of him?
The doctor. Who else?
The doctor?
Yeah.
What doctor? And a ghost guy?
Oh, besides forgetting Blackie, I also forgot there was a phone in Dry Gulch. That's how Penny contacted me in the first place, remember?
And she called the doctor.
Mm-hmm.
This was Penny.
Mm-hmm.
You, sort of liked her, didn't you, Sam?
Oh, she was all right in a beautiful, gorgeous sort of way.
Oh, I see.
We never did get to sit down and talk things over, Ash. In fact, I never got to sit down. I still haven't.
Poor Sam. It's like Mother says, we all have muscles that we're not accustomed to use. And then when we use them,
They do indeed, Ash.
The things you have to do to make both ends meet.
Oh, shut up. Come here.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart. The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spears. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Wally Mayer was Buck. Script for tonight's adventure by Don Carey. Musical scoring by Led Bleskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Hear the magnificent Montague, then visit Duffy's Tavern on NBC.